Okay, we should be live. Wow, December 1st. December 1st already. All right, so I see myself on Twitch. I hear myself on Twitch. That's good. Recording is running. All right, I got to do, I'll post something in Discord real quick. All right. Okay. I got to send a message here real quick, too. We'll give people a chance to maybe hop on in, and then we'll do a more proper introduction. So for those of you hanging out, welcome. But we'll get started in a minute here. A more official start. Okay. All right. We'll go ahead and do a more proper start right now. Well, welcome everyone to Terrible JavaScript Game Development. I am your host, Jared, aka Tyrannosaur. Today I've got some, well, I think we're going to continue what we were doing at the end of the stream yesterday. And then I'd like to start to actually kind of look at tidying up all of our network, our protocol, for lack of a better word, kind of our API, maybe we could use that term for how we want to actually. I'd like to kind of have a nicer little system for actually sending out communication between the client and the server. So I'd like to kind of formalize, at least on the client side, how that's being sent. we got a couple of offline follows, which is great. Some of these people might have followed right at the. Whoa. Want to become famous? I'm already famous. I was rated by BeginBot. Come on. Just kidding. I'm not famous. Although the raids from yesterday were amazing. It's a crazy day yesterday. There we go. All right, so we got a couple of follows offline here. We've got John Crow. John Crow, thank you very much for the follow. And Blackie DX. Blackie DX, thank you very much for the follow. I assume maybe you guys followed right at the time we jumped over to the raid, maybe. And also got a raid from Melchizedek6809, who we raided yesterday. So Melchizedek, thanks for the follow. I was enjoying your game for sure. Melchizedek was doing a stream making a game in C, the programming language C, which I'm very interested in. So I will be tuning into his streams for sure in the future. I didn't know about him until yesterday, though, I just happened to see him. So, without further ado, we'll just dive right in here. So, I kind of want to maybe do a commit. And Git, that's kind of what I started doing, I think, right before I started streaming. So, I wanted to look at, I think we started clean yesterday. No, actually we didn't. So I haven't done a commit in a while, and I really need to. And your branch is ahead of origin. Hang on a second here. That's right. All right, so let's do a commit here. We're going to do what was that in that we fixed that? Okay. All right. So what did I do? Fixed event listener leak. We did, this was all on Tuesday. So we did also, did I close out of that already? Okay. Started buffering mouse input. send to on client to send to server. Buffering is not really a, well, that's kind of what it is. Start buffering mouse input on client to send to server. And then yesterday, we did fixed issue with mistakes, not with mistakes, player mistakes, not decrementing pops on server. And then we what do we do? Fixed issue with wrong. How do I word this? How do I word this nicely? Fixed issue with incorrect. Oh, with. I guess we'll just say server now. Server now checks. Server now checks bubble pops with the position sent with the mouse click from client. Yes. Okay. And we started tweaking unit space values in config. That's good. Okay. So we did the commit. Beautiful. And now we are we are two commits ahead. We'll do a push later. All right, so now we can really dive in here, I think. Okay, so I want to fix kind of what we started doing yesterday. So I was talking a little bit about how I wanted to start using like array buffers for sending data from the client to the server and vice versa. And the reason for that is because, one, I can end up just sending less data, like less bytes down the pipe every request that goes through, which will be pretty significant from the point of that we're sending mouse updates 60 times a second. So like that'll be really nice to minimize the amount of bytes we're sending. So the other thing is well, there's that. And the other thing is it'll just be faster to parse data out of an array buffer rather than doing a JSON parse, JSON.parse in JavaScript to just turn a JSON string into an actual JavaScript object. So there's just a bunch more of stuff involved with that. For my testing that we looked at a little bit yesterday, doing that seems to be about 10 times slower. Doing a JSON parse seems to be about 10 times slower than doing just reading the raw array buffer. So I want to be doing that. And again, the JSON parse on an object that small is still very fast. still very fast, like 10 times slower. We're not talking about like it's going to take like 100 milliseconds or something to do. That would be awful. Or even 1 millisecond would be awful. So that is not. But in the grand scheme of things, I think just doing everything I can to make the server, just run faster will be better. So we'll eventually get to that. I think for right now, actually, I kind of want. Yeah, I'm kind of thinking like maybe what if we. Well, let's at least try to. Actually, I think I'm going to alter my plan a little bit here. I think it might be better if we just. Okay. I think it might be better if we just maybe stick with JSON for now, just because we already kind of have something working with that. Well, I don't know. Actually, yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not too sure. I don't know what I want to do. What a dilemma. I guess let's just keep what we've got. We're gonna keep this radius. So I was playing around with the idea of, well, currently we've been doing a radius for our bubble, for our unit space of 1,000 units. So if we just play a game here, what happened here? Oh, we need to build config here. I guess we'll just do this. Build config. Nope. Build config.ps1. That's what we want. Okay. All right. Now we should be good. So now node start server. Okay. So if I do just a single player game, I'm going right now. It's back to I'm using 1,000 units as the radius of our play area. And I kind of think maybe we should just keep that for right now. I think that's okay. Well, I don't know though. Yeah, I kind of do feel like we should do a floating point number because we can dial the precision in super tight. Like it's obviously a floating point number already on the client side, you know, so like when I move my mouse position around, it's a floating point number on the client side. But that's the thing, like I wanted to, for the sake of like cleaning up clearing up so if we're doing JSON, let's open this up here. If we're doing JSON, you know, I might have an object that looks like this, you know, and let's say it's, what ends up happening is, you know, maybe our radius of our circle is 1,000 units. So as long as you're inside of that, you're somewhere between, you know, 1,000. Your position is relative to the center of the circle. So you're somewhere 1,000, positive 1,000 x here, negative y, positive x, negative, or positive y, negative x. I don't know if I said that correctly, but so let's say your cursor could be at 800 units, but it's multiplied. There's like it's because the cursor position comes in as pixels through the browser. And then what you end up with is that we have like a pixels per unit number. So we divide that down. We divide the pixels down by that. And then that gives us, you know, instead of 800, it gives us 800.0041932 or something, you know, like just some crazy floating point, you know, long number. And if we send that over JSON, you know, then we're sending the full bytes for that fully precise number. We're sending 1 byte for every character, right? Even though it's really a 32-bit floating point number, but we're treating every individual character of that number as a byte. And then the same thing for the Y. So you end up with, you know, basically something similar. I mean, and then, you know, white space kind of gets trimmed out with the JSON parse or JSON stringify. But still, we end up with just this ridiculously long thing that's just kind of stupid, right? So that's why I want to get away from, well, okay, so the other thing I'm thinking is, let's say maybe this, instead of 00, let's say it's 3211. I don't know if, like, maybe we could round these to the nearest integer. And that was kind of my thinking with using like a 16-bit integer, is saying we could probably get away with just rounding those to the nearest. We could do, you know, we could convert our pixels to our units. So instead of, we've got option 1, option 1, JSON 1,000 units, or it doesn't really matter, 1,000 units option 2 was a 30 or a 16-bit number, well, 16-bit integer, but we ended up realizing we couldn't even do that anyway, because how do we express numbers outside of that 16-bit range? We can't, they overflow. So that's why I'm thinking like option 3, we do, and maybe we could, instead of 1,000 units, maybe we could make it like 100,000 units and round to get more precision. But I also really don't like that either. So I feel like the thing to do would be, or not, this would not be JSON, this would be array buffer. And we do the same thing, but we just do a 32-bit float. 16-bit int. Okay, so I'm thinking this is like our best option for sure. Because like at this, if I do 1,000 units but then round, like I feel like we might be losing precision. I mean, we could just try it. That's one thing. We could just actually just straight up try it. But then if I kind of don't want to even risk running into any issues with that. Yeah, let's just actually look like on the client side here. Let's do, hang on, before we get too involved, I'm going to get more water, and I've made a pot of coffee, and I'm going to grab that real quick. So we'll be right back. Oh. First, the trusty Notepad with Zoom now. Notepad now has Zoom on Windows. I don't know how long that's been there, but I've been using it for a few months, and it is nice, I will say. So we'll be right back. All right, we are back. So, what I wanted to do was look at, yeah, this outgoing input queue thing is actually really silly. I think. We'll get into that a little later, so I have a much better idea for that. So we have Lutval. Good morning, Lutval. How are you doing? Glad to see you got a ton of viewers yesterday. Yeah. Thanks for that. Yeah, it was crazy. Never had that many viewers. 2 big raids. 2 really big raids. That's awesome. I really appreciate that. Really grateful to Beginbot and White Panther for that. Just finished work. Nice. Yeah, good evening to you, I guess, right? You're out in Europe somewhere, right? I keep going back and forth between my water and my coffee here. Just kind of gotta recharge here. It's kind of annoying. I got my mic. I gotta figure out a better setup for my desk because like my mic stand is I kind of have to like reach over it to have my water here and my coffee here. It's kind of like I gotta reach over, and when the coffee's hot, you know, I'm trying to be careful. It's kind of annoying. I gotta say your mic is good though. Oh, thanks. Yeah, I just think the mic stand situation, I think I can improve at least, or make it better for myself, because it's kind of annoying. I honestly haven't even thought that hard about what I'd like to do instead, or how I could improve it instead. Because like my monitors are just right in front of me here. They're pretty close to me because I don't have the best eyes, so I don't have glasses or anything, but I've got my screens like pretty close to me. I got a 27-inch here and a 24-inch here. The 27-inch is what I'm working on. All the code is on. So they're just like right in front of my face, and they're on nice mounts, so I've got like space under them where things can go. But yeah, I got to figure out what I want to do with the mic stand situation, because I can't really have like a boom mic coming in. Like I literally have no gap between the screens for anything to go. Like that would be blocking my vision, because otherwise, I don't know. It's all right. We'll figure it out at some point. Tricky. Yeah. And the one thing that I love is that I've come up with, when my wife and I moved into this house that we're in now, I said I was gonna, just buy a bunch of cables and make sure I have enough cable for everything, because that was kind of the thing I was battling with before we moved into this house, was having, like, I just had too many like cables that were stretched too far and everything. So I was like, all right, I'm gonna buy USB extensions, I'm gonna buy all this stuff so everything's just comfortable and everything. And that was actually really, really awesome. And now like my mouse, which is wireless but has a rechargeable battery in it, right? It needs to be recharged. Now I've got that cable that just hangs over, and like the cable never pulls tight. It's like hanging over the back of my monitor arm in the back, and then comes out, and then whenever I'm wireless, I got all this space. It's perfect whenever anyway. I was stoked on that because I was really annoyed with that before, and I always had like the cable for the mouse would like tug on the desk or something. And anyway, that's not what we're here talking about. Yeah, so I do want to have something a little better for our outgoing input. Which I'm going to probably change this now to something else. Well, okay, so so now I kind of forget what I was looking at. Oh, I wanted to just measure. I wanted to measure the length of a cursor move string, for example, or I wanted to at least print what that would look like. So let's just. Actually, let's just do the click instead. How about that? So I'm just gonna, yeah, we'll do that. So on the client, I'm just gonna print the JSON string that would get sent, that would be getting sent to the server. I mean, technically not, but once we start a game here, what? Oh, I need, yeah, okay. All right, hang on a second here. All right, let's try this here. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. This isn't supposed to be happening. Hang on a second here. Let's jump over to the server. See, this is why we're working on this stuff, because I'm finding things that shouldn't be happening. Oh, the server isn't receiving anything. Okay. Although it sure seems like it should be. Oh, I've got another console log in here. That's the problem. In the play area. That's what's happening. Okay. I think. Yeah. All right. That's what we're. Yeah. So I do want to play around with this some more, but I just don't want this console log right now. Okay. All right. Yeah, because now in a yes. Okay. So now that is working exactly as I would think. So I actually need to do a competitive game here. Oh, actually, this needs to be refreshed probably. There we go. Yeah, okay, so here's what we're seeing, right? So this long string here, because we're sending, like, I'm at unit number 595 position-wise, but it's this huge, you know, and if I rounded it, so obviously it's a really long number, floating point number, but if I rounded it, would this precision be enough to kind of force the client and server to be out of sync? is kind of the question. Now, one of the things would be maybe the client and the server could be, maybe the client and the server could both be using unit space for the actual gameplay. Because that's the thing right now, the client is using pixels for measuring bubble collisions. But what if we decided to use units instead? And we rounded every unit to the nearest whole unit, every number to the nearest whole unit. Yeah, that's kind of stupid. That's kind of dumb, I feel like. Yeah, because we've got this this ridiculously long string. So, and if we do like stringlen on that, or string.length, strillen, that's in C, I think. That's a C standard library. Okay, where are we doing this? Yeah, so if we clg.length, we do a competitive game, and then we make a click. 77 bytes just for that one thing. So obviously that's pretty bad. We don't need that much data, because we could just simply, Preston, so you're working on networking? Yes, sir. Preston, what's going on? Good to see you. Database in C++. Like you're building your own database, or you're working on yeah, making my own. Nice. That would be a fun project, I would think. Very cool. Making a database is simple. Well, are you talking like making a scalable fast database is not? Gotcha. I was going to say that, yeah. Just having some data that you can look up off of disk, I guess. Yeah, that's not too bad, but like you're trying to do a database that you can like query and stuff, like, or that you could like kind of have it as its own standalone thing, or is it part of like your actual part of like another application that you'd be using? Yeah, query. Gotcha. So like a SQL kind of thing, or kind of its own. But I want to make it standalone. Oh no. I would hate to write a parser. Yeah, that. Unless that's what you're really wanting to get into. I'll use something like a REST API. Oh, nice. Okay. Much simpler to write APIs. Right. Oh yeah, that's pretty cool. Nice. So this is just for fun, just for screwing around. If it's good enough, it'll be added to a game engine. Nice. Sweet. Yeah, so right now, without doing any sort of rounding, we're dealing with 77 bytes just in one of those mouse clicks, which is a lot. So obviously we want to bring that down a ton when we can. Here's 77, 77, 78, 78, that one, 70, just depending on wherever the number rounds, I guess. 79, 77, 78. Versus if we rounded, let's actually round all those integers there down, or round all the floating points down to integers. So latest cursor down. How would I do this? I guess we just do latest cursor down dot x equals latest cursor down. Whoops. Equals math dot round latest cursor down dot x. Is that right? I don't remember. Let's do y. I believe it's x. I believe it's just x and y right off that. If not, we'll find out. So let's print not only the length but the object itself. Oops, there we go. What are you sending? Can I see the packet? Yeah, so I'm sending a. Actually, I'm printing that right now. I am sending a. I'm looking at the mouse clicks. What I'm sending to the server, and right now I've just been. Right now they're big. So I want to do quit, or wait a minute, we need to refresh clients now. There we go. So if I click, we've got, here is, so it's, I'm basically sending a JSON string. Oh, no, okay, I got to do position. So I'm doing a JSON string. Basically this thing here, ignore the ending. But I'm working on, couldn't you just send mouse pose, or is this not server authoritative? I'm sending the mouse. That's what I'm doing. I'm sending the mouse pose. But well, the thing is, if I send the mouse position. The mouse position is in pixels, and the server doesn't know about pixels at all. So the mouse position gets converted into a unit space that I'm using, just to, it's a whatever number. Techno TV is now following. Techno TV, thank you very much for the follow. I really appreciate that. Really do. I had my speakers muted there, so I didn't hear the little jingle. So I need to send like the cursor in my generic unit space. Well, it's not generic, but well, it is, right? I guess. So that's what we're seeing. We're seeing 566. We're seeing X position of 566 in this long floating point number. So, and we're sending this as a string. Or sending this as a string. This is JSON. So the length of this whole thing is 95 bytes. We're sending over the wire there, which is not good. So I'm just kind of looking right now to kind of prove a point that Blue Exabyte. Hello. Blue Exabyte, good to see you. Thanks for hanging out. How have you been, Blue Exabyte? Streaming? Are you going to be streaming? Just chilling and stuff. Nice. Yeah, I'll probably be streaming some game dev tonight. Sweet. Sweet. Yeah, I was gonna say you're in the US, right? What's up with you? How was your Thanksgiving? It was good. It was crazy. It was a lot of people. My wife and I had family over, some family that we haven't seen in a year, and like some other family that's local, and some my wife's side, and yeah, it was a lot of fun, a lot of playing games and hanging out, and but crazy, kind of like we just kind of kept. Yeah, so I'm just kind of, I'm still kind of recovering, and I think I'm coming down with a little bit of a cold. My wife's got a cold now, so so we'll see what happens there. Not COVID, no fever, no whatever. But yeah, it was a lot of fun, but really crazy. So I'm still kind of recovering from that. What about you, Blue Exabyte? Good Thanksgiving? Good stuff, man. Yeah, man, it was dope. Just ate a lot. Yeah, I gotcha. Yeah, I did too. I didn't actually eat that much of the Thanksgiving food itself. Just a lot of like other stuff on the other days and everything. But yeah, I feel you. Yeah, so we're sending an abhorrent amount of bytes down the pipe here. And I'm kind of printing this just to prove my point that, you know, this is probably pretty bad that we're sending this much. Dropped by yesterday for like 5 minutes. Saw you got raided by like 60 people. How was that? Yes, it was pretty awesome. 2 raids yesterday. 2 significant raids. 2 of like, well, there's only one other one that happened a few weeks ago that was somewhere close. But yeah, BeginBot and White Panther raided. Yeah, with ridiculous amounts of viewers. It's pretty crazy. Yeah, so that was fun. Fun to get fun, but kind of crazy. Well, yesterday was kind of hard too because I was a little hopped up on too much coffee. I drank a little too much yesterday morning, and I was just kind of like jittery. And I was like, I just feel like I'm not. I don't know. And then that happened, and I was like, oh, this is crazy. But that's awesome. Yeah, I mean, like 30 something followers just in the one day or that one span of whatever, which is pretty awesome. Yeah, it's pretty dope, man. Thanks. Yeah, I mean, well, yeah, I feel like it's just kind of random chance. I mean, I guess raids in the development streaming community, development, science and technology, dev stuff. I feel like you just have way more visibility, in terms of there's just not a lot of developers out there streaming. Like I can go and scroll down the whole entire science and technology page, and I feel like anyone else who's bigger, higher up there in in the development, in the science and technology side, that they're just looking for something, and if you're there's not that many people to pick from to raid, so it's pretty cool for sure in the science and technology category. Yeah, like if you're streaming games, I mean, forget it. Like unless you just play this kind of niche game all the time, and maybe there's like a few bigger streamers in that niche game, like maybe you're gonna get that. But I feel like the gaming side of Twitch is just so saturated. But I think science and technology is like the sweet spot where it's like a lot of people still watch, but there's not an important amount of people streaming. Exactly. Yeah, I mean, just finding, like when I was going to do a raid, and there's a lot of people doing game dev in the science and technology thing, which is cool. But there's not a lot of people doing so much like kind of from scratch game development. Like a lot of people using engine, Unity. You see a lot of Unity and Unreal. Which is fine. I'm not bashing on engines, but if I was like going to do a raid, I'd usually want to, when I'm at the end of my stream, I'm going to do a raid or whatever, and it's like I'm trying to find somebody who's not just using Unity or something and making a game, but somebody who's building a web game, or found Melchizedek 6809 yesterday, who was building a game in C from scratch, and that's pretty cool. And I kind of want to get into doing C at some point, or building a game with C. So that's pretty cool. And it's like, you just don't see somebody, you don't see that many people doing that. But yeah, yes. All right, I'm going to refresh my coffee real quick here. It's getting a little lukewarm, if you know what I mean. All right, we're back. So, yeah, I kind of do think I really want to push ahead with our array buffer thing, because why not? I think that makes sense to do. So, what I mean by that, what I really want to do here is app started. Why did it just restart itself there? Yeah, let's do let's go ahead and jump right into kind of trying to do what we were doing yesterday, where we were fixing. We're going to start just using a floating point value. We're going to start using a floating point value for well, I shouldn't say that. I should say we're going to start using a, where's our config file here? We've been using 1,000 units as the radius of our boundary circle. That's kind of been our thing for right now. We started using 16-bit signed 16-bit integers, which I then realized was a bad idea. And then I started using this, I mean, there's not really a explicit differentiation between integers and, you know, there's just the number type in JavaScript, although there are things you can do. That kind of enforce integer versus floating point numbers. But I kind of want to use just a single floating point number. And we would do basically, I mean, we could make this just a single 1. We don't need to make it 1.0 necessarily. But when we switch to, we've got some issues when we do, whoops, we need to refresh here. We've got some issues if we set our play area radius units to just 1, because we've got some integer rounding things that are happening, and that's kind of our problem. So, like if we play right now, basically bubbles are either, they're kind of rounded to the nearest integer, so if that position, whatever, happens to be greater than 1 or greater than 0.5, then it's getting, you know, we're getting slammed over here. If the y position, here the y and x are both less than 0, here's -1, here's one that got rounded to -1, here's one that got rounded to, on the x-axis, here's one that got rounded to -1 on the y, or +1 on the y-axis. So that's kind of what we're seeing with this right here, which is not good, because we're doing that integer rounding, and I think basically all we really need to do is just get rid of that, and then I think we'd be in a much, I think then we'd be fine. And then what this will enable us to do is just send a well, you know what? Maybe we don't even need to make it. Like let's just try this. Maybe we could leave this at 1,000 and still do like the rounding to the nearest integer stuff. At least for right now, let's try it. Let's try that. So let's just get rid of, well, let's get rid of that. Let's go back to 1,000. And then let's just send so if we send a, what happens if we send an array buffer? Guess what we would do is maybe we want to kind of have, let's think about this schema a little bit here. We want to kind of have like a, oops, kind of like a struct like we'd have in C. And I think maybe what we could do is just do like a 16, maybe do a 16-bit integer. We could just do an unsigned 16-bit number. And that would be like our command. And then we'd have like a float 32 bit that would be our X position, and then a float 32 bit that would be our Y position. And the reason why I do a 16-bit for that is just so we can have everything aligned nicely, because if I wouldn't want to do like an 8-bit thing and then kind of, then I have to like, I'd have to do like two 8-bits. I'd have to do two 8-bit integers in a row, and I might as well just make it one 16-bit, I think. I feel like that kind of makes sense. So I feel like this would be pretty good. And then that way we'd be forcing basically, what, 10 bytes then. 4, 4, 2. 10 bytes for any of the mouse movement or mouse clicks. So like the way we can differentiate between a mouse movement and a mouse click is we just have a different command, you know, so then this would just be some number. So then one of those would be a mouse movement, one of those would be a mouse click. And we can actually put that in our config file. We could, what would we say? Client commands, I guess. We'd probably have like a client commands. This is kind of like an enumeration kind of thing. So we could say like config.ws.client commands dot, you know, we could say cursor moved equals 3 or something. Cursor down 4. And we could do some stuff like that. And then that way, and then this config is on both the client and the server. And then the client can just use config.ws.clientcommands.cursor moved and cursor down, whatever. Use that, and then the server can also use that, which is nice. Blue exabyte. So I know I know this is written in JavaScript, but how are you running the servers? Like using Flask or something? I'm not familiar with Flask. So I'm using NodeJS for the server. If you're familiar, Blue exabyte with I'm kind of using just that right now. And I basically, when I deploy this, I'll pretty much still be using just that. I will be using PM2, which is, yeah, Flask is like Node.js in a way, from my understanding. Well, Node.js is a language, is basically a runtime, basically like it's more used with Python. Okay. Well, Python and Node.js are kind of the same thing because they're both languages. So I wonder if that's kind of like Node.js is basically just a programming language is all it is. And its default library has some stuff to set up HTTP servers really quickly or whatever, kind of something like that. So Node.js is its own language, just it's really designed to kind of be like out of the box, you can have an HTTP server working really quickly kind of thing. And be just serving like static files and stuff really, really quickly. I've only really messed with front end. Gotcha. Yeah, so I mean, I could be using the server really in any language. I'm using WebSockets for the actual in-game communication. So, what'll end up happening? So for right now, for example, basically my application is just, if you go to populus.gg right now, it's just a static files that get served to your computer. And then everything is just happening inside of the front end in the client, in the browser. All of the game logic and everything that you see is all just happening on there. But for the multiplayer stuff, obviously, there has to be some sort of server to connect the two players together. So I'm using WebSockets then, and basically, like, I actually have two servers that I'm running. I have this one here is an HTTP server, but this could really be anything. It's just serving my HTML file and my JS files is all this is doing. It's not connected to my application in any way. And this would kind of be taking the Nginx in the cloud on my server in the cloud will be taking this part of it, just serving static files. And then there will be the WebSockets part of it that will be my Node.js server running. But that'll be like another TCP port opened up. Like I'm using, what am I using? 8081 for the WebSockets port. And I think I'm using 8082 right now for my development server. So it'll be, I'll do something kind of like that. So like the actual HTTP server side of things is like completely separate of the WebSocket side of things. And we'll see. I might try to do something a little, I don't know. I have to do a little more research into making sure I really know what I'm doing. Like, this is fine to run on my development, while I'm developing the game and running it, but maybe it's not exactly what I want to do in production. So there'll be a little bit of that I need to kind of work it at and figure out. But I think if you're talking about Flask, I think that's maybe a little more like some sort of management or something for like a Python. Common patterns are described in the package of Flask. Huh. Oh. Is Flask kind of like a full stack of... Flask seems kind of like a full stack of development. Like a full web development stack in and of its own, I guess. Sorry, I don't mean to keep sidetracking you. I was just curious. No worries, no worries. No, it's interesting. Yeah, Flask sounds like it's kind of like a full stack thing, right? Like you take that and you can build your own application in Flask, I guess. It's not really the... Yeah, I'm not really using any sort of thing that builds applications, or I build an application in. I'm just using a programming language to build a server and I'm using, you know, code for the client side too. Meteor JS, that is something that sounds kind of like Flask. Meteor it uses NodeJS for the back end, and it's basically like, and it has a database and everything packed in. It uses MongoDB, and it's like a full stack, you know, application building software. From what I've done with Flask, I make the front end, back end with Python. Oh, okay. Okay. So yeah, I guess maybe I don't understand exactly what Flask is then. I mean, from reading their homepage, it really didn't tell me exactly what it did, which maybe there's a problem with that. Problem with marketing there, but yeah, I gotcha. So for actually like running the server. Yeah, I mean with basically what I do is, I feel like there's much more to it than I've used it for, but yeah, that's my understanding. Yeah, I'll show you like just with a little, like with all you need to do with like Node, for example. If I just create a new little, like all you really need to do with Node is you would come in here, I could open VS Code with Node, I create a new file, app.js or whatever I want, console log stuff, and then maybe we want to do, you know, I could have an HTTP server or something, but then all you do is you would just do node and then you just run app.js and then your stuff's running. Basically, that's all you would kind of do, and you could get away with doing that with a production server if you wanted. You know, you just have your server code here in this app.js file and you run it, node app.js stuff. And then, you know, if I wanted like const HTTP equals require HTTP, is that right? And then I can do, there might be more to it than that. HTTP dot server dot listen. Isn't listen a no? Oh, I have to do like const server equals new HTTP dot server. Is that good? And server dot yeah, here we go. Server.on. I forget the names of rec. Then we do, whoops, res. I'm really trying to do this out of memory. Response dot write something. Server dot listen. Wow, I'm actually kind of remembering this. 8085. Let's say port 8085. So in just like 3 lines, you can build an HTTP server. And I don't know my HTTP very well to be able to say exactly what I need to do for this. I need to say like, need to specify some options, I guess. We need to do something like, nah, maybe not. And this callback might not be exactly right. Server.on blah res. That's not right. So I could just dump like a static, or like here. Oh, actually, right here we could do. I think I actually should do some real. Or let's do h1. We'll do some send some actual raw HTML here. And I think in theory, there's no errors. Printed stuff. So if I go to localhost 8085, will we get something? This is a test of how if I actually know things. Okay. I need to do something. This is not right. Server.on on request. Is that it? Oh yeah, look at that. Res.write is not a function. Okay. Okay, so that's it. All right, so let's see if we can do this. This is a little test to see if I'm any good at something. All right, so not res.write. We need res.send. Res.write is not a function. Okay, res is something though. No. Okay, so I'm not doing something right here. Maybe it's like this or something. Yeah, actually, this is probably what it is. Let's see. All right, where's my... There we go. Look at that. Got it. Yeah, so that's like what you do with Node.js, and basically... Oh, I didn't res.end. Res.end. Is that it? Nope. Okay. But that's basically, that's the thing that Node.js is kind of good at, is just doing like a server really fast, and you know, I can just put some, I can send some HTML, just handle a request, whatever. Anyway. I need to try doing a project in Node. I feel like it's a pretty useful skill. Yeah, for sure. I can do a front end and back end, but not the stuff between. Yeah, I gotcha. Yeah, kind of like managing servers and development ops kind of stuff. Yeah, that's kind of a whole nother world. I feel like that's a whole job in some places. But yeah, whatever I'm doing here is wrong because our server, our client is just waiting for the request to end. It's like res.write end or something. I don't know. But yeah, that basically you could just spin up a little server real quick. Doing any like REST APIs with Node is really nice, really fast. I mean, you basically just have this, but with some extra switches to parse through your URL, like just vanilla Node.js, like no extra, you don't even really need that many libraries or fancy things. Like it's just kind of, aside from the built-in stuff, like it's pretty easy to just spin something up. And if you wanted a real simple REST API, you could do that. You know, you could get the URL out of the request and parse what you want and then send something off based upon that or whatever. Just send JSON, all that kind of stuff. Yeah. Anyway. Can't believe I did that without even Googling anything. I actually remembered something. I didn't know how to end the response, but that's okay. So anyway, we're kind of creating some enumerations now for our config. So I'm going to just keep these as they are for right now, just because this is kind of, the nice thing is this stuff will go to both the client and the server. So all I need to do is like, I can change these numbers at any point in time that I want, and the server and the client will both respect that. Not respect that, but they'll both get the new numbers basically. So I could change cursor moved to anything else. All I need to use is just use the variable cursor moved, and then we'll be good. So okay, so here's the tricky thing. I want to start using just a raw JavaScript array buffer. So I kind of need to figure out exactly what I want to do. So let's look at my JS test. Let's look at this. We were looking at this yesterday a bit. Right here. So in here, I just was testing kind of the speed with testing JSON versus using like an array buffer and kind of parsing through JSON, a JSON string, versus just sending a whatever. So here is, you know, we're setting up to set up a, what I'm calling the byte payload in this case. I'm doing a new uint 8 array 6. So this will create a new array buffer with and byte payload will be a uint 8 array view into that array buffer. And then we are doing a, right here, so that's kind of the tricky thing about the JavaScript array buffers. I feel like I don't know. I feel like they could be better, but I also feel like people probably don't use them very often anyway. So to achieve our kind of struct deal here, basically what I have right now, except I'm using 16-bit integers instead of, we're going to be using, so that's the X position of the mouse in 16-bit integer. That's the Y position of the mouse in as a 16-bit integer. Not these number literals themselves, it's just JavaScript numbers. But when I put them into this int 16 array constructor, I will get out a new array buffer with those positions. So instead, I kind of want to just change this to oh yeah, that's kind of annoying, I guess. So some of these array buffers, I want to not be setting up new buffers every time. I want to do, because I believe from my testing doing a new array buffer every time is slow. And I believe that's because it's doing like malloc in C or something. Like it's actually allocating memory, taking its sweet time to allocate memory, and then giving you your buffer. So, and then giving you that memory to put stuff into right away. That's, to the best of my knowledge, probably what's happening. I haven't really done the research on that to be able to say whether or not that's true, but that's kind of my suspicion. So I want to do, basically we're going to have like a byte payload that we're setting up this whole 6-byte array here. And maybe we could get away with like creating one of these, like just one thing, and then reusing it over and over again. We dump our bytes in and then send that. Then that buffer gets read from. So we create the buffer once, like when the page loads, basically. And then that's just the same thing for all the memory after. Anytime we update our mouse position, we put that into the buffer, and then it goes out the door. I feel like that makes kind of the most sense to do. So here I was doing just like I'm doing a 6-byte array. So we're allocating a buffer that is 6 bytes long. And then we have the view into it. This byte payload is the view. So what I was doing is in that first byte, I was putting a 14 for like the command. But I think we might end up changing this to like a 16. I think we might actually change it to like a 16-bit number. I feel like that's probably makes the most sense. So like what we'll probably end up doing is like const buff equals new uint 16 array, and then we do 3 maybe like that. This would be like int mouse buff or something, and then we do mouse buff 0 would equal our command, so that would be our 14 or whatever. Then we do we would have like another, so we'd have like this created beforehand, mouse buffer. Well, yeah, this is kind of the tricky part, I guess. So we could send, because this shouldn't be mouse buff. We should have like a buffer that would get sent every time we send a command or something. But we kind of would need to like figure out exactly I'm gonna just do a quick established from the array is constructed and cannot be changed. Okay, that's good to know. All right, I'm going to take a quick bathroom break, and we'll be right back here. Where's my thing here? There we go. All right, we are back. Okay, so um, I guess let's look at first. Let's look at what everything that the client can say to the server. Let's just do that. Let's go over the code and see everything that the client will send to the server at any point in time. That's probably the best way, instead of me just trying to like is this even happening anymore? This one shouldn't be happening anymore. There we go. Okay. Let's refresh these. And okay. Oh no. Okay, we're not doing that anymore. So we're not emitting that event at all. It's kind of annoying because there's stuff popping up in the console there, but it is not this. Okay, so this bubble popped thing is going to go away. So that's gone. Player quit match. What are we sending now instead of that? Oh, we're doing a player quit game. Okay. So we can get rid of this. We have match wait started. Or find match. Right, that's basically just a single thing. So we want to look at socket.send, wherever we have socket.send. Which shouldn't be too many things. So we've got socket, this.socket.send. So we've got 8 things. We've got the cursor move and the cursor down. We've got quit match. We've got keep that. Those are commented out. And we've got a couple more that are commented out. So we basically have find match. We have 5 things. That's all we have. We have find match, quit match, which only fires if you forcefully quit close. And we've got the cursor move and the cursor down. Wait a minute. That's only 2. That's only 4 things. Cursor move, cursor down, quit match, that's 3, and find match, it's 4. We only send 4 things. Okay. We only send 4 things. That is really nice. So quit match, and find match are only quit match and find match are only one thing, one command to send. There's no parameters. It's just find match, quit match. So basically all we need are like find match. We'll make that 1, and we have quit match. Make that 2. That's basically all we have. We just have those 4 different things that we're going to actually be sending. I like it. Whew, excuse me. The server's sending a few different things here. The server's sending match countdown started, match ended, more bubbles, cursor out of play. I don't even know if we actually need to send that. It's kind of silly, actually. Opponent target bubble changed, and bubble popped is for the other game mode. So like yeah. So that's cool that this is all we've got for the client side. So we're just going to focus on having the client send just these 4 things for right now. And if we end up figuring out there might be some other things we could do, we'll do that. So basically what I want to do is have like maybe we have like a new object here where we say like we have like this dot byte payload or something equals new. I mean, we could do array buffer 6. Or wait a minute, no, 10. It's 10 now because we're going to do floating point numbers. So we would do byte payload equals new array buffer 10 byte. Byte payload is stupid. We send like out buffer. We could say out buffer. And I kind of don't think. Yeah, okay, I think this should work. We do out buffer. Oh boy. Hang on, let's try this on. Actually, we can probably try this here. So we'll say this dot out buffer. We'll say this dot cursor position, cursor pose, or we'll say this dot command equals new uint 16 array, and we're gonna say, or I guess I don't know. I'm just kind of scratching along here. Don't really know exactly what's going on. So we'll say new uint 16 array, and then we'll say new uint 16 array. We will do equals this dot out buffer, and I forget what the let's look at this file here. So we're doing yeah, because I think what we can do is we can use this out buffer, and we will send this every time. We'll send data out of this every time. This same one. It's just going to be the shared buffer where the data is going to get written that needs to go to the server, send it. Data, and it's just the same buffer every time. We're just dumping the data in it and sending it out. We're not reallocating. We're not creating a new one. This out buffer will never go away. So out command is going to be a new uint 16 array view on. Okay. So I think, yeah, then what we can do here is then we do this dot out buffer, then we do, then we can, when we do this dot out command 0 equals 18 or something, right? Then when we want to specify a command, all we need to do is out command 0 equals this in the command, which is just an integer. And then we would do, I guess, to this dot, I guess we'd get an error here. Oh, no, so we're on the client, that's right. So we would have then mouse out mouse chords would equal a new float 32 array, this dot out buffer. Now the problem is, I feel like this has to be aligned. Yeah, okay. Yeah, this is going to be a problem. We need to do 12. We need to do an array buffer of 12 bytes. And then this is going to need to be uint 32. Do uint 32. Oh, actually, we don't even need to do a new view on this. We just do, my speakers are shutting off. There we go. They just needed to be woken up. So actually, we don't, oh, no. We do need a new, we do need a float, because we're going to do an integer for this, but then we'll do this dot out mouse chords. Yeah, let's just do that. Equals new float 32 array, this dot out buffer. And then we would do this dot out mouse chords one, yeah, would equal, 789 point blah, 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 blah. And then same thing for this, except this will be 2. So this is the x coordinate and the y coordinate. So this one might be negative 38, you know, 0.2, something like that. And then we do that. And I guess we'll just zero out the buffer every time we run something. We'd have a we could have a function send, server send, or something. Or send to server, maybe send to server. And then we have some object here with parameters, maybe. Or I guess we say command we do command, and then we would do, so every time nonetheless we do this dot out buffer dot, whoops, this dot I guess we could do this dot out command dot we could zero out the entire thing. Every. Function that accepts up to 3 arguments. Every method. No, that's not. Let's look this up here real quick. Oh, there's like a set. There's a set on the there's a set method on the typed array. So there should be a dot set, and then we do a typed or untyped array of values to set. There's like a clear out everything. Oh, every is for testing if every element in an array passes a certain function, passes a certain test. Oh, fill. Fills all the elements of an array from the start index. Okay, so we would do fill. We do 0. So we do that for everything. So we clear out our out command buffer there. This dot out command dot fill. Zeros, fill it up with zeros. Then we can do I'm trying to think of how I want to Maybe can we just test this? Can I just test this in something here? What'll happen if I do this in Quokka? That's not where I want it. All right, so let's try basically this. Ah, that's not what I wanted to do. Okay. Okay, so that, I guess we could just what if we CLG out command 0 undefined. Yeah, I feel like, oh, that's a problem. So CLG out command 0, 18. Okay, that's good. If we CLG out command, perfect. Yes. So that is what we want. Yeah, that's basically it. And we'll just send a 12-byte thing every time, which is okay. Yes. Okay, so let's do now. So let me make sure that this looks good. So we do out command dot fill 0 with console.log out command. Brilliant. So it's 0, 0, 0. Yes, that's awesome. That is awesome. Okay. So we do the fill every time. We do so in our command that comes in, we'll just do this dot out command 0, whoops, equals command, this dot out mouse chords. I guess we need to do if command. We'll just do this for right now. Okay, I don't need this anymore. So do if command equals 3 or 4. This is kind of awful. If command equals 3 or 4, then we'll do this dot out mouse chords 1 equals mouse chords dot x, I guess, and then kind of the same thing here, but with the y-axis. Okay. That's kind of cool. It's pretty simple. And then we would just do we'd actually send that out. So we this dot socket dot send, and we can just pass our array buffer, this dot out buffer. Yeah, that's pretty much it. That's pretty much it. Now on the server, so I want it, the thing is, okay, so now our client, well, okay, we're not actually, let's just delete all of this junk. We don't need any of this anymore. I'm gonna get rid of all the socket.sends that we don't need. So we've got, what, 5? We've got quit match, we've got find match, and we've got these. Okay, so that's good. So I guess on find match, we want to do, basically, comment this out, and we will do this dot send to server, and we will send config.ws dot client commands dot find match, and then we do the same thing, but on the, but here instead of find match, we do quit match. Wow, this is coming together really nicely. I like this. There's still some more refactoring and stuff that we will do, but this is looking good. Okay, so now we're using that quit match. We need to do the same thing here. This is going to end up being a lot better, this our set interval thing that we've got going. This is going to end up being a lot better. So that'll be fun to get to today as well, I think. All right, so let's just do some if state, or just block these ifs here. So if, okay, latest cursor move. We need to, yeah, see, this is stupid. We're going to get rid of this right now. Okay, so on this dot on cursor move. Where does that actually get? Where is that actually getting? Oh, yeah, we do need to have that like that. Okay. So instead of this, on cursor move, we're just going to do I guess we'll just say we'll have this dot latest mouse, latest cursor down equals null. This dot latest cursor move equals null. Wait a minute, do we want this? Okay, hang on, never mind. We're going to think about this a little later. Don't need to think about it right now. We just want to start sending this array buffer to the server. Okay, so then if, yeah, this will be fine. So for right now. So instead of this dot socket, that's if latest cursor move, then we are going to do socket, this dot send to server, and then the command is going to be config.ws.client commands dot cursor moved, and then we are going to pass latest cursor move dot latest cursor move dot pose. Yes, okay. I guess we'll call this mouse pose if it's something here. And same thing here. Same thing for this one. Except this will be the other command. This will be cursor down. Cool. Okay, so now on the server, we need to actually... So this should be working fine. Let's just see if we have any errors on the client side when we do this. No, we're fine. The server crashed because it's expecting JSON string, which it is not, so that is fine. Okay, so now client side we looked fine. No errors with any of the code that I was doing there. So let's do on the server application here, I think. Okay. So ws.on. Let's first do this. CLG message str. See what we get. Nice. Okay, so we got a buffer, 12 bytes, and that was the first byte there. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. All right, so I guess what we need to do is just do the all right, hang on here. I am going to grab some water quick because I'm getting thirsty and I'm getting carried away because this is actually fun stuff we're doing now. I was dreading it a little bit actually, but it's actually quite fun. So I'm going to refresh my water, maybe get a cough drop. My throat's getting a little raspy. I might be coming down with something. I don't know. We shall see. All right. I'll be right back. All right, we are back. Want to become famous. There we go. Got rid of that. All right. Hang on a second here before we get back into it. Okay. All right. Okay, so, oh yeah, we're successfully printing. We are now successfully printing our array buffer, and when I printed it, we're printing a buffer. Isn't that what I just said? So we're getting our array buffer in through our WSocket, our WebSockets message event, and that's good. And we can see here I did the find match command, which is just a 1 right now. So that is perfect, and everything else is zeros. So that's great. So all I really need to do now is just, instead of doing this JSON parse junk, we do, and bytes up is now going to be byteLen. Let's look at, let me go back to our array buffer documentation. Sorry, I've got it opened up on the other screen here. But the length of an array buffer is byte length. So we could switch this to byte length. And I want to get rid of this message. We'll just call this message buffer, I guess now. That was our spam user there that we just was in my clipboard. Okay. So we do that. We do message buffer. We do this. Oh, we don't do JSON parse. Get rid of that. So this should be good. Let's see. So now we need to actually, I guess we just do message buffer. We do message buffer message. Oh, we need to open up a we need to create a new, I guess we do new message. Guess what we would just, we open up our view now for the message. So we would say const message view equals new uint 32 array, and then we do we pass in our message buffer, Technically, we don't even need to do, we could just do this as one line here, I guess. We do it like this. New uint 32 array, and then we do 0. And we do case. I'm going to just block that out for right now. We are going to do case. That equals, and this would be our new config.ws.clientCommands.curveFindMatch. And then the same thing here, except it will be quit match. All right, let's try that real quick. Let's see if this works. So we click here. Player requested match. It's working. You're connected. You'll have to wait for now. Beautiful. Okay. So that is working. We just need to now do the second part, which is well, okay, we'll continue with this. So this is a cursor down, but this will be client commands dot cursor down. Same thing here, but this will be cursor move. Cursor moved. That's great. And then if we're in a cursor down or cursor moved, we need to have a view open. We need to open a float 32 view. So I guess actually maybe what we'll do, well, I would like to not. For right now, I'm just going to do a new position thing here. So we'll do const mouse buff, or just say float buff, I guess, equals new float 32 array, and then we'll do message buffer here, and then we will do just do a new object here that will be float buff 1, and then whoops, and then y is going to be float buff 2. Yes. We'll basically do the same exact thing. Oh. Wait a minute. Player not match state. Oh. Oh. So only if the player's in a match, then we do this. Same thing here. Only if the player's in a match, we do this. And then our position is simply just this. Yeah, so that should be all we need, I would think. Let's see if it works. Whoops, gotta refresh these. Found a match. Oh boy, actually that's not a good thing. We're printing. Well, I guess that's okay, actually. Wait a minute. Hang on a second here. Do I have a... Do I have a issue, a Trello for this? Okay, let's see if this is a problem where... All right, let's restart the server. So we do that, we do this, we queue for a match, and then we refresh, then maybe we queue for a match here. Yeah, okay, so we've got to figure out what's going on there. I don't really care at this moment, but we will get to that. Let's queue for a match, starting in 3, 2, 1. It worked. And yes, look at that. Oh, okay, we got an error on the client for the clicks. But you see that, we're sending all these array buffers of 3. And we're sending all the mouse positions, or floating point numbers there. That's cool. That's cool. I like it. So just every command is 12 bytes. That's great. Pop another cough drop here real quick. Okay, so pose of null. Looks like it's 119. All right, so let's fix this issue on the client. But yeah, I mean, this is working. 119. Oh, yes. Okay, this is supposed to be that. Oh boy. Oh my goodness. All right. What is going on? There we go. This is supposed to be like that. There we go. So now let's go back. We refresh these clients. We start a game. Now, and if I click, we'll see that buffer be 4. Here we go. So there we saw 4. So that was a mouse down. All these other ones were mouse movements. 3, blah, 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 blah. We can see it's the same position. And let's just make sure. Sweet. What? Okay, we have an error. We have some sort of issue there. Ooh. Okay. Okay, so the first bubble pop was correct. All right, let's go to the server. Let's get rid of this printing the console or printing our message buffer every time. Let's refresh. Let's get into a competitive match here. Okay, so now, oh, so the client said pop, but the server said mistake right away. Didn't the client say popped? Yeah, look at that. So it did work once. Oh. How is it the same every time? Let's try this again here. Yeah, something's wrong with the positions we're getting because there's no way that it's not updating the positions correctly. I guess let's maybe just look at CLG. Every time we click, I'm gonna just print float buff 0 and what in the world? I don't know what I did there. Okay. Every time the cursor goes down, I'm going to print float buff 0 and 1. What happened to my... Okay, there we go. Oh, wait a minute. No, 1 and 2. It should be 1 and 2. Oh, 0 and 0. Okay, so something's happening there. New uint32 array. New float32 array. Okay, so let's CLG message buffer again. Float32 array. I'm doing it right. uint32 array. Float32 array. Okay. So if I do this, we've got a buffer. Yeah, so we're not pulling out the right thing. So maybe this, oh, never mind. Okay. Whoops. Here we go. Excuse me. Okay, so what happens if I print float buff? All right, this is a little weird. Andy James Adams, my deep voice pappy. Andy James Adams, what's going on? It's been a while. I mean, I'm not saying you need to be around more often or anything, but it's been a hot minute. What's going on? Good Thanksgiving? TG was good. You? Yeah, mine was pretty good. It was pretty good. Pretty crazy, but fun. So, yeah. Yes. Now I am very confused about how to actually do maybe I'm doing this wrong. How was I doing it in this other? What's the hang up? Well, I started doing a I started using JavaScript typed arrays, or an array buffer, for sending client data to the server. So rather than, I was using JSON before, so I just take, I just have an object and stuff and stringify it and then send that over the wire. But using just a plain, sending just raw bytes will be a lot less bytes, just a lot smaller data. And quicker to kind of parse through. So now you can't read the array. No, I can read it, but I'm just confused as to why it isn't working the way I thought it would, and I guess it's just a matter of I don't actually know. So I'm on the server right now, looking at the server. And for example, I can see if we go up here, so I can print the buffer that comes in from the client on the server. Like here we got a buffer, all of them are 12 bytes long. So, and I sent a 1 in the first position there. Actually, yeah. I hope that's right. I just started thinking about byte order. What if I make it, I should make it something greater than 255 and then see what happens. So I'm printing the buffer right now that came from the client here on the server. So when I push it on this guy, another one comes through. And like as I'm moving, you can see the server console there spinning a bunch. So that first byte is a 3, which means a mouse movement. And then the next, so then these 4 bytes are for that command. And then these 4 bytes are the X position, a floating 32-bit floating point number for the X position of the mouse cursor, and then here is the Y position of the mouse cursor. So as I'm moving it around, those numbers are kind of flipping around all over the place. But actually reading the data out of that is what I thought I understood, but I guess I am not fully understanding, because I thought if I opened up a, so if I thought if I opened up a float 32 array, I constructed a new float 32 array with my message buffer, which is this. I thought that basically, since it's 12 bytes long, I would have basically 3 elements in this float buff. I'd have a 0, a 1, and a 2, because it's 12 bytes and it's 4 bytes per float. So I thought I would have 3 elements in this, but that's not what's happening. If I do float buff 0, whoops. So this console log will fire when I click the mouse. If I do float buff 0, it printed a 4. So it read that command 4, it read that there, and then the number is now a 4. I don't know why it didn't read. It's supposed to be the whole 32 bits, so it should be this whole thing, is what I would have thought. And it very well could be. I see, is the first index the size? Try 1. No, it should be raw like that. So I should be reading this 4 as it is. Because the problem is I was trying to read elements, so this should be element 0. According to what I thought this would be element 0. Then element 1 would be the next 4 bytes. Then element 2 would be the final 4 bytes. So I was reading my X position as this, our buffer, our float buff position 1, and then this was supposed to be float buff position 2. But I was getting zeros for those. So now I realize it was reading this. This is float buff position 1, and this is float buff position 2. So each one of these is... And I guess maybe I thought that was how it would work, but I guess maybe I'm... Yeah, I feel like that's really how it should work. Okay, so if I go here, let's go to position 5 then. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, I guess. Let's go to 4, and we should get a 33. Well, it won't be, it's a 33 here, but it'll be something else. So let's do float buff 5. Let's try that. Oops. Okay, so where was my click? Here it was. 123. Yeah, so 5F should be 123, I guess. Yeah, that's weird. That's weird. So I guess I just I didn't fully understand when you construct a float 32 array of a certain buffer. Yeah, there's some other parameters I can pass here. And that's got to be the problem. Okay, so what do I pass in the constructor? Here, let's open this over in one of our windows here. Okay, so we've got typed array open up on the MDN page. So okay, so I've got a few different things how I can construct a typed array. So what I did was I just did a buffer. Oh, I bet you that's what this thing is. I bet you it's this. Yes. Yes. Okay. All right, so it's kind of stupid how this works. I don't really like JavaScript typed arrays. Like, why? I don't know. I mean, you kind of need it that way. Yeah, the byte offset is janky. Oh, float 32 array has a buffer of its own, right? So I'm passing in this buffer to the float 32 array constructor. So the message buffer is actually the buffer that comes in as a parameter through my WebSockets message. So it comes in as just a plain array buffer, and then I'm passing that as the buffer to the float 32 array. But I think I need to use these other parameters here. I need to say, I need to pass a byte offset, and I need to pass a length, which I guess is the length of the elements. So, okay, so this object cannot be oh, okay. So we've got buffer, byte offset, and length. So I guess with byte offset, I can do, okay, so and optionally a byte offset and length argument, a new typed array view is created that views the specified array buffer. The byte offset and length parameters specify the memory range that will be exposed by the typed array view. That's nice. If both are omitted, all of the buffer is viewed, which is fine. If only the length is omitted, the remainder of the buffer is viewed. Okay, that doesn't help very much. But let's just do byte offset. So let's do it this way. Let's do byte offset 0, and then let's do length 4. 4 bytes per 32-bit float. Maybe. So now index 5 shouldn't exist. So let's try 1 again. Let's see what happens. Ooh, actually, no. Let's just console log the whole float buff. So this will fire when I click the mouse. Length equals bytes per element. Right. Which is... But... Oh, that's not what I'm in the wrong thing there. Whoops. Yes. Well, that's what I'm like a little... Oh, I guess it's just giving you the flexibility for some kind of reason. Yes. Well, okay. Let's just see if what I did now works. So we want to do... We're just going to print float buff, and we'll see if it actually prints the right numbers now. Oops, this one here, go here, this, that, there we go, 3, 2, 1. So now if I hit something, all right, float 32 array 12, it still has 12 elements. What's the end target on this? Just faster traffic server visibility. Yeah, I'm just trying to make things, mostly to send just less data. But also, yeah, it'll end up being faster and everything too, a little bit. I mean, probably not, unless we really had a lot of people playing. I don't think the benefit of the speed would be there too much, but mostly just size. Because I was sending, my JSON string I was sending before for some of this stuff was 70 to 80 bytes long. It would depend upon how the number came out. So now we've shrunk that down to just 12. So I'll take that. So we'll be sending significantly less data. I might even be able to shrink this down a little bit more. We'll see. Okay, so... Yeah, see, which this should be 4. All right, let's go back to MDN. Here we go. Oh, it says it up here. It's got the list up here, which I already know, but yeah. So we're doing a float 32 array, 4 bytes per element. Now, length. Oh, that's when called with a length argument, an internal array buffer is created in memory. The size of length. Oh, multiplied by... Wait a minute. Oh, length in this case is totally different. Length in this case is totally different. In the triple param overload here, it's a completely different length than this length. This is just the number of elements that you want in your array, and then it's multiplied by the bytes per element. So if I was creating a new buffer right at that point in time, I would pass just a number, an integer, and it would be, if I wanted 4 floats, then I would pass in a 4. That would give me a new array buffer of 4, but it would be 4 floats. The size in bytes of the array would be 16, but my buffer would, yeah. Oh, but why? Well, okay, so when you do just the length integer here, like in this case, if I do a new typed array and then I just pass in a number, an integer, I'm just saying, give me a new, like if I wanted a array of 2 floating point numbers, let's just say 32-bit floating point numbers, I would do a new float 32 array and I'd pass just a 2 in here because it would give me 2 32-bit floating point numbers, but the byte size of the entire array would be 8 because it would be 4 bytes per 32-bit floating point number. But here, length is actually referring to, this is just like how many bytes I want to actually read from. So this is saying how many elements do you want your typed array to be. Your new buffer, you're creating a new array buffer. I already have an array buffer. So I'm down here in this overload where I'm passing in an already existing array buffer. It's the array buffer that came over the network. And then I'm passing this in. And this is saying, this is where I want to start reading. I want my new typed array to be reading from the existing buffer from this point up until this point, I guess, or for this long. That's what this length means. Now I feel like I'm screwed. I feel like there's no way to actually do this. Because now, okay, so byte offset, let's just say we do 4 and we do length of 4. So we do 4 and 4. What if we do that? Where am I doing this? Let's just try that. 4 and 4. That is still not going to make a difference. But now, because now byte 0, now this will be a float buff and it'll be 8. It'll be a float 32 array 8. All right, let's see what happens here. Oops. All right, so boom, boom. All right, and let's click, and there we go. Okay, the click happened up here. I should probably stop printing. No, it still doesn't work. Still the same thing. It's printing the whole buffer as 12 things. That doesn't make any sense. Why it would want to do that. New float. I'm doing this right, or I'm not messing something up. Float 32 array message buffer 4, and I'm doing this, which is 4, which is also just 4. I could just do that. All right, what am I missing? Okay, I did something. Now there's actually an example. I know I've seen an example. Okay, hang on a second here. What did I do with this? I did something in my little test project here where I did this. Okay, so I created this thing called byte payload, and that created a new 6 element, a 6 byte array, basically 6 uint 8s, so 6 bytes. We put 14 at byte 0. The first byte, we opened up a new view. Oh no, this is a new buffer. And then we did that for some reason. And then we did byte payload.set pose 8. So I did at byte 2, we set a well, I'm doing kind of a different thing here because I'm saying set those bytes there. Now, why did I do that? All right. I know I've seen an example on MDN where they did something with there's like an example where they say it's like they compare it to like a struct in C, and then it shows it's not in this. This is the actual like, it's like a little how-to thing or something. Nope, that's the same page. All right. Okay, I found it. All right, so here is, yeah, there's like a JavaScript typed arrays, just like a, under their web technology for developers, JavaScript, something there. Okay. So stuff, more stuff, and then here they show an example. No, here's what we're looking for. Okay, so they do like a C struct. And what, okay, yeah, this is exactly what I'm looking for, I think. Yes. Yes, this is exactly what I want. Okay, so, oh, wait a minute. This length is element. Okay, so what they're doing this here. They've got a C struct that would have an unsigned long called ID, a car array for username called username, 16 bytes. So an unsigned long, which would just be an int, right? 4 bytes. So 4 bytes, 16 bytes, and then a float, which would be 4 more bytes. Okay, and then what they're doing, okay, so we set up, yeah, 24, okay, right? Because we did what, 4, and then, or 4, 16, and then 4, so that would be 24. If my math brain is correct. Usually it isn't, though. So let buffer equal new array buffer 24. So we're doing just a plain blank 24 byte array buffer. Beautiful. That's what we have. We have this. We have this. Now we're reading data into the oh, never mind. Yes. So we have this, and this step here has already happened because we already have the data in the buffer. So this is the part we really want. So here we're specifying the byte offset, because it starts at byte 20. Here we got byte 0 through 3, and then whatever through 19. And then byte 20 is where our amount due float kicks in. Badger, making up his own emotes. Sorry, Badger, at some point we will get emotes, don't worry. Actually, I'd like to try to get emotes, get something done this week. I'm going to try. This week, probably for next week, for next Monday. I don't know if there'll be a Thursday night stream tonight. We'll see. Or on Thursday night. We will see. My speakers are shutting off again. There we go. Okay, so here is the byte offset that we are looking for. That is exactly what we want. Then the length we are specifying is 1, meaning one float, one 32-bit float, one element, not one byte. That is one float. So that is the key, I think. Emote suggestion. Confused face you make reading MSDN. There you go. That's actually a really good suggestion. Should just be a bunch of confused things. I like it. Okay. Yes, this is the key right here. So I want to do 4. I want to do 4 and then a 1. Well, no, wait a minute. 2. We'll do 2. Yes, okay. So I'm going to pass 4 here and then a 2. I think that's the magic number. So we were doing 4 and then 4, which this meant 4 floats. Now if we do 4 and 2, and I think JavaScript, instead of just throwing an error, was just going to be like, yeah, I'll let you do that. That's okay. You probably didn't mean to do that, but it's okay. I won't tell you that. I won't try to tell you what you meant. Okay. There we go. Wait a minute. There we go. Okay. And next player. And see what happens. Pop. No, that didn't work at all. Okay. Same problem. Float 32, array 12. Okay. Wow, so MDN is basically lying to me now. Byte offset 2. Okay, what if I say 1? Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hang on. Maybe when I console log float buff, it still prints the whole buffer out. Maybe that's what's happening. It's just printing the buffer. Maybe that's the problem. And if I do this, we will get our actual floating point number. I didn't think about that. That I probably should have thought of. Okay, so let's fire up some of these clients here. See what we got. So we'll click. Yes. No. 4. That doesn't make any sense. No, it's still doing it. It's still doing it. It's printing 4, printing the ID, printing that first byte as a single number. Wow, this shouldn't be that hard. This really should not be that complicated. Like, because I'm doing exactly what MDN is saying. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, then you can access, for example, the amount due with amount due. That's what I'm doing. And it's not. It's totally not working. I am using Node. This is on NodeJS. Okay, so all right. Let's do this. Let's jump back over to our Quokka. Let's just oh, we have to create a new one now. And we were, did we do that over here? Yes. Okay. So we set up just some default stuff for testing. So let's do this same thing. Okay. All right. All right. This is going to let us know what's going on. Actually, I'm going to take a quick bathroom break before we dive in. So don't go anywhere unless you really want to. I can't stop you. All right, we are back. Blue exabyte. See, I made this emote so when I can feel cool when I do some simple debugging. Hacker. Nice. I like it. I like it. Okay. Whoops. Yeah, let's do that. Then let's get rid of this. And this. Nope, that should be const. Control Z. Get rid of this and this. Okay, so yeah, so let's get rid of this. All right, so I got a little just scratch pad here for right now. So we have okay, so we're creating just a buffer here, 12-byte buffer. Great. We create a view of 32. But now I'm starting to think. All right. Let's do this. Out buffer. Okay, never mind. I guess we need to do out command. No, this is right. Okay, so here, this is fine. So if I were to set out command, yeah, look at this. Okay, so why does this work exactly the way you'd expect? See, if I do a new uint 32 array on our 12-byte buffer, it has exactly what you'd expect, a 3-element array. Because it's 12 bytes, but each element is 4 bytes. So 12 divided by 4 is 3, last time I checked. So we're getting exactly that here. And if we do out mouse chords, look at this, look at this. It does the exact same thing. So our float 32 is also so now if I want to change, yeah, look at that. Out mouse chords 1, 789.2. There it is. There it is. So why in Node is that not working? Is that not supposed to work in Node? Doesn't make sense. Yeah, like I should be good to just say new. All right, let's do this in Node then. Let's see what Node says. Oops. Oh, we already had this open. So if we come down here and run this, it works. Why? The only thing I can figure is maybe something with WS. Is not, but when I print it, it says array buffer, doesn't it? This is buffer. Ah, that's it. That's got to be it. So the buffer that we're printing here is not the same thing as an array buffer. So if I'm not mistaken, there are like NodeJS buffers. So that's got to be the problem. Buffers and typed arrays. Buffer instances are also JavaScript uint, 8array, and typed array instances. All typed array methods are, let's pull this over here on 2. All right, so here, okay, so it's a node buffer, and for whatever reason, buffers and typed arrays. Where is that? Ooh. Wait a minute. Maybe I could do this instead. Yes. We can do this instead, probably. So we would read int. We have all these methods on this thing. That's what's going on. So I could read float little endian, I guess. So we could read float little endian. And then the offset is byte. Offset the number of bytes to skip before starting to read. So we could buff read float le. Yes, that's what it is. That's what we need. Okay. Andy James Adams, sexy. Yes, I think this is message. This, well, okay. I don't know about that. I've spent too much time on this now, but at least we're getting somewhere. Okay, so instead of this stuff, we've just been getting lucky with this. So this needs to be, oh, okay. Oh no, this can still be, let's make one that's 250 for a second here. Let's go config. Let's make find match greater than, let's go, whoops, 257. Yes. Wait a minute. 1-1. Yeah, that's right. We do 1,000. We do something greater than an 8-bit. Yes. Yeah, okay. Great. And those should be little endian, I guess. Okay, so we can go back to making this 1. And, okay, now... okay. Yeah, we want to do probably little endian, because I would assume they're in little endian. They got put in memory in little endian order. So buff, read, float, LE. So that's all we need to do. Actually, does this know it's a buffer? I don't care about this anymore. Application. If we do message buffer dot. Ooh. Yes, it knows it's a buffer. Look at that. All those methods are just right there. Okay. So instead of this new uint 8 array, we were just getting lucky that it was reading element 0 or whatever out of that. So instead of that, we're going to do message buffer dot read read int 32 little endian. Nope, that didn't work. It's little endian, because this is 1. This whole 4 bytes is 1. Oh, it's a function. Have I forgotten how to actually use functions? Like, is that... Oh, wait, do we have to specify an offset? Oh, you don't. Okay, otherwise it'll be 0. Default 0. Beautiful. Okay. Okay. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so now that's working. Awesome. That's awesome. So now, instead of read int 32 LE, we need to do read float 32, or read, is it just read float or read float? So this, okay, the offset is bytes. So we do player here. Okay, for this, we don't need to do this float buff thing. We just do, there's no more float buff. We just do message buffer dot read float LE, and then we do an offset of 4, and then the Y would be an offset of 8. And then we should be golden. And we'll do the same thing down here for the movement. All right, let's try it. Popped. It worked. Popped. Distance was 127. Popped. Awesome. Totally working now. Okay, that is cool. We don't need to print all that stuff to the console anymore, but that is cool that we've got that working. So now, yeah, we can get rid of this float buff thing. We don't need that. Match last input event time. Not actually doing anything with this, right? Cool. Oh, that's actually not too bad. Took too long to figure that out, but now we're in a good place here. Sweet. And I imagine maybe this is even, well, I don't know. This should be pretty fast. All of that stuff. Parsing through things, whatever. As fast as it gets, I would hope. Okay. So our client is now fully 100% sending an array buffer. And the server is now reading it, so, which is great. So now we could actually, I thought I got rid of that. What? Okay, that's up here. Never mind. Get rid of that console log there. Okay. Cool. Nice. Yeah, that all worked. Cool. The one thing, oh, now we can actually look at how many bytes we are getting now for a whole 30-second match, because before we were getting like 130 or 140,000. So now we can play a full match and not get, we'll get significantly less bytes. Sweet. Yes, look at that. Now we've only sent 21,000 bytes in the whole 30-second match. It was a lot more than that. Awesome. It was 140,000 bytes, I think. So we've just shrunk that amount of data 7 times-ish, give or take. So that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. I don't know if that shows up on stream, but that says 21,408. So basically all I did was just count the number of bytes coming in that whole time throughout the lifetime of the server. And it's just printing the number over and over again every second. So like if we go back, if we even quit and do another match, the number will just keep going up. So it's like the entire server. Yeah, if I could play. But yeah, now we're at 36,000 bytes. So that's the amount of bytes the server has just in its lifetime counted up, receiving from the client. So that is cool. Feels good having that working now. So the client, and again, this is just the client sending that data to the server. And we'll do the same thing, server sending to the client as well. Obviously, the amount of data getting sent to the client is much slower for the most part, much less. But nonetheless, so that's cool. I'm really happy about that. I guess let's maybe, well, maybe one thing we could do now is bring down the amount of, like, what if we did this instead? And maybe this will break. I wonder if, okay, so if I do a uint, okay, so if we make this, let's make this a 10. Let me just do this here. So let's make this 10. And uint, we'll make this uint 16 array. And we'll do 18, that's fine. And then we will do float 32 array, but then it'll be byte offset will be 2. Length, we'll omit length. And I think the clients are actually going to fail because the offset's going to have to be equal to a multiple of the length of a float 32 is my guess. Yeah. Float 32 should be a multiple of start offset of exactly. Okay, so that won't work. So we really do need to do 12 and then send. Yeah, that's going to be our only option. Okay, so we do that, and then we can get rid of this and this. That is cool. That's pretty cool. Now, the one thing I think we could maybe make a little better is the one thing I think we can make better is how we are doing how we're queuing up the movement and stuff on the client side. So I want to do that. Yeah, the one thing I think we can do on the client side is get rid of using this queue. Because the only reason we would need that is if we needed to do something for every single input event that happens, but we really don't. We just need to keep yeah, we kind of need like kind of need something like latest cursor, oops, like latest cursor down equals some object sent needs to be sent false. Or I guess we just say sent false. Pose. We do pose null sent false or sent true. Requires send. Yeah, let's just say sent and then true. So we'll do latest cursor down, latest cursor move, and then we call position null sent true. We do the same. And then basically it's just a thing, and then we have a flag whether it's been sent or not. And then so on a cursor move, instead of doing this dot input queue dot add, instead of using the queue, we just do, like, I can just start getting rid of these references here. We just say this dot latest cursor move. I guess we do x. We should do something like this. Maybe x0, y0. Maybe something like this. And then we do latest cursor move, and we do dot pose dot x equals pose dot x. This dot latest cursor move dot pose dot y equals pose dot y. This dot latest cursor move dot sent equals false. And then we basically do the same thing. So we do that for the move and for the down. Except this will be down. And then instead of putting that into a queue, we just update the latest click or mouse position movements like this. And then we'll only send whatever that latest thing is. Hopefully. One thing I want to do is a test with the clicks, the mouse clicks, to see if I can do 2 clicks within a certain amount of time, register 2 clicks. Okay, so Okay, so on this dot on cursor move, this dot on cursor down. Okay, where do we do the send to server? Okay, that happens in here. So then basically we just undo, I guess let's just comment out all of this. And I'll kind of start from scratch here, and we'll do this dot send to, or we'll do if this dot latest cursor move dot sent. If we're not sent, I guess we'll say if null, then we will send. We'll do this dot send to server, and we will do send this dot latest cursor move dot pose. And then basically the same thing. Oh, and then we would do this dot latest cursor move dot sent equals true. And up here we're setting it to false. Right. So this way we won't send any duplicate data to the server. Okay, so this should be latest cursor down, and we will do cursor down. I didn't really do a good name there with that, but that's okay. And oh, this is supposed to be move. That would be bad. Where is X's rating? Where is X? Thanks for the raid. Appreciate that. How are you doing today? How was the stream? Did that not pop up on the... We just did some advent of code. Advent of code. I've heard of that. Andy James, raid. Yeah, advent of code. I've heard of that. That's familiar, but I don't know what that is. Pyro240. Hi. Is this ASMR? ASMR. Yeah, I think it is. Pyro, what's going on? Thanks for hanging out. Advent of code is an advent calendar where every day there's a little puzzle. Oh, nice. Oh, that's pretty cool. Where is X sent me? Gotcha, Pyro. Yeah. Well, thanks for hanging out. For 25 days in December. Yeah, right. That's pretty cool. It can be solved in any language, in any way. Some people use Excel. Others have made FPGAs for it. Sweet. That's pretty cool. Nice. Anyway, what's up? How's Populus going? It's going pretty well. Yeah, I'm working right now on, I started switching to, I've been using JSON for all of my client-server communication. So it's basically just sending like a JSON string of the data that we need. And on both sides. But I wanted to kind of get away from that because for one, it ended up being a lot of data to send. Like I'm sending all of for the multiplayer in Populus, that is. I'm talking all strictly in multiplayer here. Message pack. JSON hurts. Message pack. I'm not familiar with message pack, Pyro. I mean, I don't need anything too fancy, basically. So what I ended up doing is using a, well, okay, so all of the mouse cursor movements get sent from the client to the server, right? So I wanted to minimize that as much as possible. My JSON string that I was sending was like somewhere from 70 to 80 bytes usually. You know, it fluctuate depending on the exact number for the mouse cursor or whatever, because it was, you know, it's a floating point number that could be short sometimes or longer other times, depending on whatever JavaScript decides. So actually that's not true, but yeah, I ended up with, I was sending like these really big JSON strings, and I knew I wanted to get away from that. So I ended up, does that mean it wouldn't work well if we were on a shoddy connection? Kind of a question I have, that's kind of a question I have yet to answer. I kind of need to do a little testing on that still. But I don't think I would imagine that much data, 77 bytes per mouse movement, and we're sending 60 mouse movements per second. I imagine it maybe wouldn't even be that much, be that significant. But what I ended up doing was going towards using the JavaScript ArrayBuffers on the client. So now I'm sending, instead of like a really long, like, you know, string, JSON string of like a floating point number that could be like in and of itself, you know, 10, 20, well, not 20, but whatever the amount of 32-bit floating point digit count is, limit is. It'd be that many bytes. So it'd be a bunch of bytes for whatever. When I in reality could just fit those into a 32-bit floating point number, you know, and it would be just 4 bytes for that one number always. So I got my payload down now from the client to just 12 bytes flat all the time. So that obviously improved things a lot. And it brought down my amount of data down like 7 times, by 7 times, I think. So that's really nice. Pyro, 4.6K per second. Yeah, actually, how much, what would our rate be now? If we're sending 60, if we're sending 60 a second, 60 times 12 bytes, we're sending 720 bytes a second now from the client to the server. So that is nice and tiny. I really like it. Versus what would have been, what? So we're at 720 right now. It was 60 times 75-ish. Yeah, so 4.5K. So we got that down quite a bit. And plus, we eliminated, by using an array buffer, instead of JSON, we eliminated the overhead of stringifying and parsing the JSON string. So, which in my testing with that is about 10 times slower than just reading data out of an array buffer. So, I mean, you know, that's not really, that wouldn't, there's not really going to be any speed benefit from that unless we started having, you know, tons of players playing. You know, if we had some limit, if we had some insane amount of people playing the game, then that might become an actual win. But the speed of JSON parsing probably won't be too much of a win for us. Do you use WebSocket for that? Yes, I'm using all the data is going over WebSockets. So I'm using the WS package. I'm using NodeJS for my server, and I'm doing the WS Node npm package, which actually has nothing to do with this, with this code here. But I'm doing the, if I open up my package.json, this package right here, just WS, just the 2 letters, WS, that's the name of the package. So yes, nice and tiny. Yeah, so we got that minimized. That feels pretty good. It feels pretty good to have that all kind of shrunk down now, and in theory, stuff should be faster and a lot less data now. Because that was kind of more the concern for me, was more like the data amount of usage, because, you know, bandwidth and everything, and like I didn't know, you know, depending on how many people played the game, like how much bandwidth is it going to use, and am I going to need to scale it up or whatever. So for my own benefit, my own personal benefit, I kind of want to have bandwidth be low, you know, for right now, as low as possible. So yeah, so we got the client sending that to the server, sending data in ArrayBuffers to the server, which is good. We just don't have the inverse yet. We don't have the server sending ArrayBuffer data to the client. And what I'm doing right now is actually just cleaning up a couple more things on the client, which actually, did we test this already? We might have just tested that. Oh boy, that's bad. So I did something to spin us into an infinite loop. Okay, so we're continuously sending data to the server, which is not good. I guess our game ended now. Okay. Okay. All right, so we didn't, oh, this is what I forgot. I didn't add this yet. Yes. Okay, so this dot latest cursor down dot sent equals true. There we go. Yeah, as soon as I clicked, it just kept sending cursor down events to the server. So that was a problem. All right, so let's try this now. Okay, that was not right. All right, so we're getting there. We're getting there. What I was just doing before, where's X? Last I remember, some countries, cough Australia, ISP restrict their users' total data exchange, so any reduction is a win. Yeah, right, exactly. And you know, once this is out, kind of up online and live in production, well, I don't really call it production, but once it's out publicly, it'll be really interesting to see kind of what things happen with latency issues and everything. I don't know. We'll see what happens. Before we do that, I'm probably gonna really get to some testing on myself on LAN, just with some trying to slow down the server a bunch and trying to simulate like really slow connections or whatever, just to see how the game still handles and everything. And I'm going to need to do some sort of like latency, like allow for some sort of latency, like for if somebody's got a really high ping times to the server, like what do I, I'm going to have to figure something out like that. And I really haven't even dug into that yet. I don't think it'll be too crazy to make something that, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens here. Yeah, support the satellite folks. Yeah. Because right now, I mean, it's a competitive game, and usually when you have competitive games, you've got multiple servers, right, in different regions, so that, kind of people can connect to the server, the server they're physically closest to, so that they can have kind of the best experience. But I'm not really going to have, I'm not going to have 10 servers, going. So it's going to be a matter of just kind of having to see if I can at least make a good experience for both players, depending on latency and everything. And right now, the players don't really interact at all with the current kind of game mode, so it's not really like you could have somebody with 300 ping, 300 milliseconds latency play someone who's got only 30 seconds of latency. And they'd really be fine, just as long as the server's like giving them that extra little 300 millisecond buffer to play so that they don't get cut short. Like a round is 30 seconds long. And it'd be nice if the round for that player didn't go 30 seconds and, minus 300 milliseconds or whatever. Or minus half of that, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, we'll have to get to that at some point. Okay, so what am I missing here? We're not sending the right data to the server at this point, I don't believe. So if I go here and we go pop, yeah, the server said it was a mistake. Target is now 0. Target bubble R was 183. Okay, and we're sending a 1000. Okay. Okay. How do you mean measure the distance? Oh, how do you measure the distance? Do you do radius and angle? I guess you're referring to... Oh, maybe you were talking about what I was seeing on the server here. The distance was this. Or player distance. Yeah, this console log is bad here. Yep. I'm doing Pythagorean theorem to measure the distance. So it's the distance between 2 points in space, basically. So I'm using the hypot, the math.hypot function in JavaScript here. Math.hypot. Oh, it's not going to give me because I'm outside of something here. All right, yeah, math.hypot, and then I'm just sending in, the player X position minus the circle X position, and then the player.Y position minus the circle.Y position, or something like that. Something like that, and then the math.hypot basically returns me my distance. Because it's doing this squared plus this squared, and then square rooting that. It's like the hypot is just a little convenience wrapper on top of just doing your... So that's the radius. Yeah, well, the radius... Okay, so the... Andy James Adams, I didn't know that was a thing. Facepalm. Yeah, the hypot function. Yeah, I found out about that not that long ago, actually, myself. before I started working on Populus as it is now. But that's kind of what I do for this detecting for this circle, for example. These circle or these buttons are not HTML buttons, and this is not CSS animation. These are just circles that I'm drawing on canvas, so it's all my own code that's doing this. I'm over here using abs squirt pow x plus pow y. Yep. Yeah. And I assume you get a little performance gain out of using the native math.hypot versus doing your own, yeah, squirt and pow and everything. Yeah, so the hypot's nice for doing that. I know I'm pretty sure hypot is in C too, like C language, and I know JavaScript seems to copy a lot of that, the way a lot of the functions and stuff over. Seems like WASM could be a good fit for this. Yeah, I haven't really looked at WASM at all. I mean, you're probably right. If you're mentioning performance in math. Yeah, it's possible. I really honestly haven't looked into WASM at all, so to know if... I mean, if I was doing something that was... What's hypot? Hypotenuse. So the hypot... Yeah, I should have said that better. So math.hypot for hypotenuse, I guess. Yeah. For Pythagorean theorem, right? Could be called Pythag, I guess. But no, I'm pretty sure I was going to say C has a hypot function. If I'm not mistaken, the C standard library. And JavaScript seems to copy a lot of that stuff. I don't JavaScript math much, sorry. Oh, yeah, no worries, no worries. Yeah, sometimes sorry if I talk too ambiguously about things. I tend to assume everybody just knows what I'm talking about, you know? I'm nice and narcissistic that way. 'Tis the nature of code, it's okay. Ruby has math.hypot too. Gotcha. Yeah, or so what I was saying, because Pyro, maybe I didn't answer your question. I don't math in Ruby much either. I roll. Nice. Well, so Pyro, you're saying the radius, you were asking about the radius or whatever to measure the distance. So I have this circle here for the button, right? And the circle has a radius. And then I'm just comparing, I'm getting the distance. Basically, as I'm moving my mouse cursor around, the object behind the button is measuring every time the cursor moves, whether or not the hypot from the position of the cursor to the center of the circle, if that distance becomes less than the radius, then I know I'm inside the button, and then it grows like that. And that's the same thing I do when you actually play the game too. So like when I move over a circle, it gets the little black line around it, the little black outline. So it just knows, oh, you're inside the circle, or oh, you're, you know. That way it knows knows the mouse is over the button to pop it, whatever. That's what I'm doing, if that explains things more. Okay, so for whatever reason now that we've switched to doing this thing, we're not, something changed. Oh, I know what it is now. Okay, I know what it is. We have to do the unit thing here. Yes, this is what we need to do. Yeah, certainly. So you send that data for all circles on the screen, right? Rather than once for the center of the screen / mouse position. Let me read that again. Yeah, certainly. So you send that data for all circles on the screen. I I'm sending from as far as client server goes, I'm sending just the position of the cursor to the server. And then the server kind of does the same exact thing that the client does. So I'm just doing a single player game right now here. But basically as I'm moving my mouse cursor, the client is dealing with pixel values. But then what it does is it converts, because in a competitive game, somebody's screen might be really small. So it's dealing with pixel values on the client side, but then it converts it to like a unit space coordinate where the radius of this circle, currently that unit space is, the radius of the play boundary circle is 1,000 units, right? So obviously that number of pixels to units changes depending on this, because as I change the size of the screen, this is still 1,000 units. As I make it bigger, it's still 1,000 units. And then I'm just sending the cursor position converted to units to the server. And the server basically does the same exact checks as the client. Just make sure you pop the bubble and you did all of that, if that makes sense. And that way I can have like a very smooth client experience, like everything just works really nice and smooth and you don't really notice. It's not like you're sitting there waiting for the server to send a message back before I make an animation fire or something like that. Nothing like that. The client will. Okay, so there is a problem with that. If the server and the client were to ever get out of sync, that would be a problem because the client would just keep going, assuming the game is fine, and the server would say, no, that's not right. So my goal is to never have them get out of sync, but we'll see. So clever players just make the screen really small. Yeah, the thing is, like, at least for me playing, making it really small, yeah, technically it just keeps going. Whatever. Well, I am doing some things that's kind of funny. I've never actually really gone that small. Yeah, I feel like I'm not any faster at like a really small size because you have to be more accurate now versus up at like this size. I can be kind of quicker and like less. So like the size of the screen, you have to be more the smaller the screen, the more accurate you have to be. Like the bigger the screen, the more you just have to move the mouse, OMG. So we might have to, I might put some limit in there just to say, oh, you can't make the screen smaller than this or something. I don't know. Honestly, I don't know if I even care. Like, I feel like it's not really that big of a difference as far as gameplay would go, or as far as advantage would go. What kind of errors happen if the client and server are out of sync? Vujideo. Sorry, I'm trying to do some French there. Vujideo. Thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. I think I got the view right in that name. I pronounce everything wrong. What kind of errors happen if the client and server are out of sync? The one thing right now. Okay, so actually, I have an error right now where they get out of sync. So let's. I'm having an issue. Oh no, never mind. I just fixed it, I guess. I think I just fixed it, but let's see. Let's see what happens. So let's refresh. Oh, the server's not running. That might help. Okay. Let me stop printing. Right now I'm printing the amount of bytes to the console every second. The number of bytes that have been sent over the wire every second. I don't really need that anymore. Okay, so let's go like this. Oh, yes. Okay, so they're out of sync right now. So I was about to fix the thing that I know why they're not out of sync. Because the client is not actually, right now the client is just sending the pixel values to the server, not sending the unit values, the generic unit space values, because I'm refactoring some things and I forgot to add that back in. So now we've got a perfect case where they're out of sync. So here's the problem. On our client, whoops. Right now on the client, we have, basically I'm logging every event that's happening. So we popped bubble 0, and then it says the target bubble is now 1. So bubble 0 is the first bubble. So the client says we popped 0 and the target is now 1. And then it's printing the radius of bubble 0. And then the distance the player was from the cursor was to the center of the bubble when they popped it. So in this case, 27 pixels. Is this pixels or units? This is units. So 27 units away. So they were well inside of the 141 unit radius of the target bubble. So this event, this first popped event, was actually met on the server as was notified on the server, or was flagged on the server as a mistake. And then the server now set our target bubble back to 0. Actually, that's kind of weird. Why is that? Target bubble was 138. Okay, that's a little weird. Maybe I screwed this up again. But basically, the server is flagging a mistake on the client, or the server is flagging a mistake. The client is saying it's okay. So the client just keeps playing. It's like, so if I do it now, we have a mistake. The server says it's a mistake, but the client just keeps going. So the problem is that the server is not generating more bubbles, because it only generates 8 bubbles up front and sends all 8 to the server or to the client right away. And then as you play, yeah, so here we got an exception now, because we try to initialize a bubble that we don't have yet. And yeah, I can probably do some things to handle this case here, but we're calling a init on something that's undefined. So we tried to initialize a bubble that doesn't exist yet, because the server never sent it to us, because the server never generated it, because the server says, whoa, you've just been making mistakes. Only when you actually pop real bubbles does the server start to generate new bubbles and then send those down to the client, if that makes sense. So this is a good case of where they could get out of sync. Now, I've got kind of multiple ways of maybe kind of handling that. One of them is just to make sure they never get out of sync. So that's kind of my main goal. Now, if there's some, well, yeah, that's kind of my main goal, and we'll see what happens. Pyro, you're right, but how is that fair at all? You just get ranked #1 all the time. I don't understand what you're talking about exactly there, Pyro. If you were talking about the screen size thing, well, my point was, I think the screen size thing balances relatively well. I was saying you're playing fast AF. Well, I mean, yeah, I'm pretty fast because I've played it a lot, obviously, right? But hopefully I can get some people kind of to play the game, and people will kind of come back and play, and we'll see what happens. And I'm not going to be playing all the time, right? So I'm not going to be stomping noobs all the time. But we'll kind of see, everybody seems to start out around the same. It was a joke. Haha, don't worry. Gotcha. Oh, okay. I gotcha. Yeah, I guess at first, I would like to try to maybe pitch the game to some players who play OSU, whatever that game is, and just see what they kind of think of it, because it's very similar to OSU or ASU or whatever. Making sure they're never out of sync is admirable, but think it can still happen. This is giving me flashbacks when I was trying to understand CRDTs and strong eventual consistency. Right, OSU, I've seen that before. Yes, yeah, those people are crazy. So I'd be curious to see how they would play this kind of game, the players who play OSU. Yeah, so where is X? Yeah, I mean, I will probably have something that breaks that I haven't factored in that would lead to them getting out of sync. So what I'm probably going to have to do is have some sort of like acknowledgement kind of thing, where the server will have to kind of send to the client, yes, this was you popped the bubble, right? Good job, you popped the bubble. I recognize it as a bubble pop. Otherwise, no, you didn't. I don't recognize that as a bubble pop. You need to correct yourself, kind of thing. CRDTs, that's for like multi-user document editing. Yeah, I don't know what CRDTs is, where's X, but the OSU folks have OSU folks have such good reflexes. I wonder if they're human sometimes. Yeah, I don't get it. When you watch them play, it's like you're not even. It's like seeing that person just play like doesn't match what I see on the screen from them. Like watching a streamer play it or whatever. It doesn't line up to me. It looks like something else completely going on. So that's why it'd be interesting to see if any of those people would be interested in this game, and if see what it's like. Uptime. I don't have an uptime command, but I've been going for 4 hours 20 minutes right now. And actually, I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. So we'll be right back in a few minutes here. Not that long, a couple minutes. All right, we are back. Roku. Welcome back. Thanks, Roku. It's been a while. How are you doing? $4:20, the time has come for the high pots. Doing good and bad. Busy and stressful with school. That's the bad part, I guess? I gotcha. Well, hang in there. Yeah, the good parts are when I forget there's stress. Yeah, I got you. Well, I don't know what you last saw of Populus now, Roku, but I'm working on multiplayer now. And I'm currently having an issue. Well, not having an issue. I'm currently trying to fix one little thing. I was kind of refactoring some stuff. And that is what so I can give you a little demo of the multiplayer in a bit here. I'm prototyping a 4-player couch co-op clicker game. Nice. I like it. Sounds pretty good. Though it's controlled with gamepad, so you click with button press. Gotcha. Yeah, right. Using Godot. I think you were doing Godot with, oh no, wait a minute, no. Weren't you doing Game Maker? Or am I confused now? Alright, so the problem is we need to do, did my voice just crack? What am I, 12? Okay. So I need to do this function here. I need to call this function. Well, I can keep these. I need these commented out, but we're gonna call this function helper pixel pose to units. So we need to convert our pixels to units. So we want to do that. Oh, I guess we can do this. We can do this dot latest cursor move equals, and we do helper. Yes, exactly like this. I think that's all we need to do. Basically the same exact thing here, except for the other. Except we do latest cursor down. Then we do here, there. And that should be it. Roku, wow, you have better memory than all my family tree combined. I use GameMaker 2 at the moment, but I also have GameMaker 1 installed for easy to use 3D stuff. I'm also someday going to use Godot as well because I like trying new things. Gotcha. Nice. Well, I remember you were working on a roguelike or roguelite or something, right? Or like that kind of auto-played itself or something. I forget what that kind of game is called. What is that called? It's like the games that you don't really have to interact with too much. I don't even remember myself. Nice. You have a better memory than all my family tree combined. I don't know about that. I do think I have a relatively good memory. Took part in a game jam recently. I started to work on a tycoon game for it. So yeah, partially automated, but you click on things. Nice. Nice. So that left me with working on a clicker at the moment. Cool. Pretty cool. All right, so let's do... Okay, we've got a problem here. WebSockets wrapper 92. Oh, this, okay, that's a problem. We need to do dot pose equals that. There we go. Dot pose. Did I just accidentally? All right. All right, this should do it here. We fire up multiplayer game here, and nice. And let's make sure these numbers come out in the ballpark. Distance was 55.827, 55.827. All right, server and client are now back in sync. All right, cool. Yeah, I didn't get to finish my game for the game jam, so I kind of keep on going, so I didn't do it for nothing. Yeah, that's a good way to live life, I'll say. Yeah, so Roiku, I've got so this is a competitive game mode you're doing. Yeah, I was just gonna show you now that I have it working now, because it was currently breaking before. So it's kind of a one-on-one right now. I wanted to have kind of my original goal way back was to have a one-on-one. I don't know if maybe, have you even been around since I've gone live with the test version? You can play the game right now. Populus.gg. I just punched it down in the chat there. The link. But you can play just like the single player version of it. Just which is technically the practice mode, but I have competitive mode right now that I'm working on. If you ignore all the junky stuff on screen, basically both players will queue up for a one-on-one match, and then the server sends the same bubbles down to both of them. So as we play, basically each player is popping like their own copies of the same bubbles. So like eventually they'll see the same bubbles on screen. They'll always see the same sizes and positions and colors of bubbles, but they're just kind of popping them at their own rate. And then at the end of the game, you'd see like stats. Do another game here real quick. So like one player can play, you know, and pop a bunch of bubbles. Whoa. The other player can play. And I'm trying to kind of come up with some interesting UI things for the players to kind of represent score and whatnot. But we'll see. We'll see what we end up getting with there. Yeah, it's like a bubble set seed, identical to both players. Yeah, kind of like that. I do generate all the bubbles on the fly randomly, so but kind of, so it's not actually like that. Actually, the bubbles get sent. Are the bubbles different each playthrough? Yes. Yeah, they are completely random. It's not like I'm doing a Perlin noise kind of thing. They're just synced. Yeah, so what happens is the server, once the player gets to a point where, so for example, I didn't actually need to refresh the browser. I don't know why I did. For example, as soon as whoever pops the first bubble first, the server generated the next, the 8th bubble, or this would be the 9th bubble. So the server generates 8 bubbles, and sends them down to the clients to start. And then there's always like an 8 bubble buffer then. So once you pop the first bubble, then the 9th bubble gets generated and sent down to the client who popped that bubble. The other player, once they pop a bubble, if that bubble's already been generated that they're trying to generate then, or that the server will try to generate, it'll just send that bubble down to the other player then. So whichever player is ahead will be triggering the bubble generation on the server. And then as that's happening, the new bubbles are getting sent down to both, or to the player when they need it, if that makes sense. Yeah, because right now, maybe back when you were last here, Roiku, the game was set to, makes sense. Sounds like a cool system. Yeah, it works pretty well, I think. There are some issues then when the client and server get out of sync, and that is sending a message here real quick. I don't know exactly what I was saying. I was saying sometimes the client and server can get out of sync. And basically, if the client thinks it's continuing to play the game and the server says no, or in the server thinks the player didn't pop a bubble when the client thinks it popped a bubble. So there's some issues like that right now, and I have to figure out. We were talking a little bit before with Where Is X and Pyro about that in the chat. So that's something I will need to kind of figure out exactly how I want to handle that. All right. So yeah, I can get rid of this. Get rid of this. M. Tazin. Did I get that right there? M. Tazlin. Hello, what's up? Not much. M. Tazin. How are you doing? Thanks for hanging out. What's the deal? Yeah, that's a good question. I'm working on a game here, M. Tazin. It's called Populus. You can play it right now, actually. I don't know. Maybe you've been lurking for a little bit and you kind of heard me talk about this. I was chatting with Roiku a bit just before. But I'm working on a game called Populus. I just plugged it down there in the chat. The link right there, populus.gg. You can try it out right now. It's a game where you just pop bubbles and you kind of just see how fast you can go. So I'm working on my development version here right now, which you'll see stuff that's not on the live version. But basically, you're just trying to pop bubbles that appear in the order that they appear here on this right-hand side. So to pop a bubble, in other words, the red bubble's first. So you hover your mouse over the red bubble and you press the spacebar or click, and then you'll pop it. And if you made a mistake, you'll have to go back. But basically, yeah, you're just kind of going through here, just seeing how many bubbles you can pop in 30 seconds. It's basically all there is to it right now. I am working on a competitive, like one-on-one. Excuse me. I'm working on a one-on-one mode right now for it. So like an actual multiplayer mode. Yeah. So that's basically it. Oh, and if anyone's interested, I have a Discord server. I'll just plug that in there right now. Yeah, Discord, I started it not that long ago. And I'm trying to be better at updating things on it. And yeah, so if that's something you're into, you can check it out. Roiku, cool and simplistic. I need to try to do things like that myself too. I always overscope my projects with complexity and excessive maths. Yeah, I hear you, Roiku. That was kind of my my plan. Was like I just wanted a game that, yeah, I really didn't have too much going on, and that way I could kind of hone in and make it kind of polish, you know, an otherwise pretty simple game. M. Tazen, yeah, it looks good. Thank you. And definitely should be multiplayer mode. Yes, I agree. I agree. That would make it kind of more fun. Yeah, so the multiplayer mode, well, I'm kind of toying around with two different multiplayer modes right now. There is basically the one mode where I don't want there, so when I go live with the multiplayer mode, I don't want there to be multiple modes for people to pick. But I'm kind of just screwing around with a couple different modes myself. So in this one here, you can see both browsers have the same bubbles, but they're basically popping the bubbles at their own pace. So like on this one here, whoops, eventually you could, oh, what happened there? Might have had a little issue there. CAG 1. Are you making libraries or using HTML5? It's super glitchy. NGL. I'm not sure exactly what you're talking about there. Are you making libraries or using HTML5? So I'm using, all the graphics are done with HTML5 canvas. So that's how all the stuff on screen is being drawn, basically. Basically everything, these are not HTML buttons at all. These are just graphics that I'm drawing on canvas. So yeah. The only thing on here that's pretty much HTML are these little links down here for my Discord and my Twitch. Yeah, so I try not to use any, I mean, on the browser side, I'm not using any libraries, any third-party libraries at all. Just basic browser APIs and whatnot, JavaScript, standard library stuff. So nothing, nothing, yeah, nothing crazy. I like doing everything myself, not getting too much help from other stuff. So yeah, super glitchy NGL. You talking about Populus is glitchy? I'd like to know exactly what you mean by that. I don't know what NGL is. Is NGL an acronym for something? Is that something the kids use these days? If you're having some problems with Populus, let me know. NGL, not gonna lie, I think. Ah, that makes sense. Not gonna lie. Nice. Yeah, CAG, if you want to let me know exactly what you're talking about as far as glitchiness goes, I would like to, I'd like to know if there's some sort of problem. If you're talking about, one thing that comes to the top of my head, CAG, if you're on KCAG. By glitchy, I mean buggy. Are you talking about the live site right now? The live Populus, populus.gg right now? Because I'd like to know exactly what you're talking about, exactly what you're experiencing. If you're playing it on mobile, if you're playing populus.gg on mobile, it's not going to be a good experience. Maybe that's what you're doing. I'm not really planning on doing anything mobile related right now. I mean, the site works. If you go to populus.gg on your phone, it'll work. And you can probably play the game, but you probably won't be able to see everything. But potentially, you'd have to flip the phone landscape once you're actually in the game. And then you could see stuff. But somebody said yesterday, that it seemed to work great on iPhone 12. I have an Android phone, and it felt like it was very laggy, like when you'd pop a bubble. Not to mention, it's just kind of, yeah. So I haven't really done anything as far as mobile goes, if that's what you're talking about, as far as making it work nicely on mobile. I don't know if I will. We'll see. That might be something we get to at some point, but right now, I am not really focused on that. CAG is now following. Thanks, CAG. Appreciate it. I really do. And thanks for hanging out. Okay, so sorry, I got a cough drop in my mouth, so if I'm like clicking around, I got a little bit of a raspy voice, raspy throat right now. So, I'm trying to think of what we want to do next. I actually want to get rid of this whole outgoing input queue thing. I'm going to get rid of this altogether. We really don't need it anymore. So I'm going to get rid of any references to that on the client side. And I think, actually, I'm going to get rid of our JSON, the old JSON stuff now. Yeah, there's no reason. Everything's working great without that now. To do, instead of using a queue, that's basically exactly what I did just now. So we got rid of this to do right here. I like it. Okay, and then all this code can go away. Very nice. So now we're not wasting our time parsing through all of the past mouse events. Because what we were doing before was like sticking all of the mouse input events in a buffer and then parsing through that buffer to just get to the latest mouse event. But we don't, that's kind of stupid. And I did that because I wasn't too sure if that's exactly what I wanted. Because right now our clients are only sending mouse inputs 60 times a second. Sending mouse inputs to the server 60 times a second. That's just going to be our hard limit for any client. And that loop is operating separate of the game loop. So basically the game loop's running and parsing input and then moving input into that buffer that we're sending out. But we don't really need to put it into a buffer at all. We just kind of need to store the latest event, and then when our loop that is sending mouse data out fires, then we do that. We just send the latest cursor position, and we don't waste time parsing or looking at anything else, basically. So I think that works pretty well. So now, I'm trying to think of what I want to do here. Because we could just start implementing our array buffer stuff on the server side now, actually sending an array buffer on the server. And kind of doing this, the inverse of what we already have. I want to do one more test. I want to do one more test looking at the amount of bytes we're sending before we really get into that. So let's refresh. Actually, we don't want to do that. Let's uncomment this thing. So now our server is now printing the number of bytes it's received from any clients. So we now have sent 12. It's printing that every second. So we have 12 bytes sent. As soon as I do this, now we'll be at 24. And then as we play the game, oh, I remember one thing. I just remembered another thing I wanted to test. So let's just play a 30-second match here, and let's just look at the number of bytes. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay. 81. I did 81. That's pretty good. All right, and we only sent 21,000 bytes. That is awesome. Awesome. Yeah, so that's pretty much that 21,000 should be what? I think we're sending 720 bytes a second times 30. Yeah, so the absolute max we could be technically would be sending is 21,600. And we're at 21,240. So all the little times where I like stop moving the mouse for a second, we get a few updates less there. All right. So one thing I want to test. I just want to see if I can send potentially more than one mouse update a second. So let's do, I want to just do a console log on cursor down. Now, how exactly do I want to do this? Because if we just do a CLG here, cursor down, cursor down. Popping another cough drop here. All right, so I'm trying to think if man, popping them cough drops like rice. Rice. Nice. Nice. Actually pretty good. Cough drops are basically like candy anyway, you know. Definitely high in sugar. I got one more, and then that'll probably be it for a little bit. But talking and everything is just making it getting a little raspier. I might end up getting some more a little later. We'll probably be going another hour and a half at least for the stream, so So I wanted to just make sure that I wasn't one thing I wanted to do was make sure that I wasn't sending. Oh, you know what? Actually, if we go, let's do this here. Do a competitive game, and if I click out here, yeah, there we go. Great. Yeah, okay. Trying to think about how I could I really don't think there's any way I could like trying to think like how quickly could you send like a double click or something, but yeah, I'm gonna ignore this for right now. Ooh. Okay, actually. I know how to measure this now. If latest cursor move. No, actually, that's not what I want. I want it in the down. If latest cursor down. Down.sent. Wait a minute. If we're not sent, then that's a problem. Yeah. All right. Sure, the cursor's out of play. Yeah. Okay. That's probably not going to be an issue. All right. So I feel like what we've got going right now is pretty good. We just need to do basically something very similar to what we're doing. We have this dot in, well, we won't have an in buffer, but we'd have in command equals, well, no, we can't. Actually, no, we can't do that this way. So so there's a setting I can do with our with a WebSocket. And we can set, now where did I have that? You have to specify it somewhere. That's right. All right, I need to Google real quick. We do binary type. So we do, okay, so we do WebSocket.binary type. So we have this.socket.binary type. It's going to equal array buffer. So now the game will not work for the clients. Oh, first off, we should go through each of the commands that can come from the server. Let's do that. So I guess let's just do, we'll go to config, we will do server commands. And we'll say, let's see, we've got match countdown started. Make that 1. We've got match started. Make that 2. We'll do match ended. Make that 3. We'll do more bubbles. Make that 4. We will do cursor. Actually, cursor out of play is not that important. We'll do opponent, target, bubble changed. Make that 5. And we'll move, we'll do bubble popped. Six, and we'll do cursor out of play. This isn't really even a needed event or a needed thing, but is that everything, or did we? Oh, we have note as well. I guess I'll move this one up. Make that 7. I'll make this one 8. Okay. Cool. Oh, some chats here I didn't see here. This would be an awesome portfolio project. Just add numbers or symbols and feature for colorblind people. CAG, yes, you're right. I do need to do some color blindedness things. That's actually been brought up a lot because there's a lot of people that are colorblind. So at some point I will be getting into that. The user space needs no limits because those borders really scare claustrophobic people. Full screen version would look super for people that play FPS with train here. Yeah, I mean, well, technically it is full screen. You can just full screen your browser on a desktop. Last cough drop for now. Might get some more later. Yeah, I mean, you can full screen a desktop browser and kind of be there. Yeah, like if I once we're actually in a game, if we get rid of the console and F11, full screens it there. I mean, the one thing that I think I don't like playing too big when it's too big. Actually, I like kind of a smaller size, you know, kind of quarter size of the screen, something like this maybe. This seems to be kind of my favorite. I don't have to move my mouse around too much. Again, that's a preference thing, like your mouse DPI and all that stuff would factor in. Okay, so all right, so we just these server commands are everything that the server can do for the client, can do to the client, basically. So I think this is good. Basically now, I think on the server side, maybe we should do this on the server side first. Unfortunately, all of these are in different places. What do we have? Socket.send, is that still what it's called on here? On the server side. WS. Let's get player. WS.send. Okay. So if we go to ws.send. Oh. Oh, nice. That is all in one spot then. Whoa. Nice. Okay. So everything I do send comes from this, goes through this send command thing. I like it. And actually what we should maybe do is, well, oh, here's where I was testing this out. So I guess at our application level, maybe we want to do this dot out buffer. Why do I have to do this? Oh. All right, we got to pull up our documentation here again. The node buffer. All right, so what we want to do, yes. So I need to kind of figure out all the commands we're going to send back and forth between the client and the server. What does this line through mean? Oh, buffer is deprecated. Oh, am I supposed to do buff.alloc? 0 filled buffer of length 10. Okay. I have to do buffer.alloc. Oh, it's a static. Okay, we do buffer.alloc. Oh, we need to pass a size. But maybe before we do this, well, before we do this, I'm going to use the bathroom. How about that? All right, we'll be right back in a moment. Don't go anywhere unless you really want to. All right, we are back. So, all right, so trying to think about what's going to be the best way to let's look at the buffer documentation again here real quick. Maybe what we could do, I guess for each player, maybe we could do the buffer. This dot out buffer equals buffer.alloc. And then we'd have some sort of size in there. Do I actually have to free? I guess we don't have to. Buffer, alloc size, fill encoding. Desired length, the new buffer. Prefill value, default 0. Encoding, fill is a string. If fill is a string, this is its default encoding. Alloc is new buffer. Fill is specified. Okay. So that's all we need to do, I guess. All right, so we just need to figure out Let's see here. So we want to kind of have a Am I using send note at all? All right, let's just look at these things a little more and just see what are the details we actually need. So if we receive a note, which the note command is really only just a temporary thing that I have, so that's going to go away. But we have match countdown started. This is just a single command. There is no parameters attached to it. It's just match countdown started. That's it. If we have match started, then we actually pass in an array of bubbles. Pass in an array of bubbles in the case of a match starting. In the case of cursor out of play, which is also something that might go away, that would just be a single command that we send. Opponent target bubble changed. That would be the command, and it's basically an integer. And we have bubble popped, which would basically just be two integers, the new target ID, and then an integer boolean, kind of 1, 0, you popped or you didn't pop kind of thing. And this is also something that's probably not really going to be there for the main game, for the final game mode. So, and then the match ended. Match ended has quite a bit of stuff. So we have a boolean here, opponent quit, and then stats. Yeah, so let's do maybe that kind of happens here in match. So in, let's see, end match, here's where we're doing the send command, and we're passing in an object that says match ended, and then opponent quit. True. And then for the stats, we've got mistake count, popped bubble count, quitting player match state dot mistake count, and quitting player match state dot popped bubble count. So we could probably do, what could we'd have a command here, which would be a how do we want to do this? Let's pull this up in a okay, so let's just go one by one on these. We've got match countdown started. We've got nothing. That's it. So we could have two, maybe that's 4 bytes, I guess, for the command. We could have match started, and then bubbles. Be 4 bytes. Then we'd have, let's see, yeah, the bubbles would be some sort of number of, let's see, the bubble itself. Match.init, send command. Just CLG bubbles. Wait a minute. Match started and bubbles. Ooh. Okay, so get client format. Let's look at bubble.getClient format. So we have an ID, we have a radius, we have a position, and a color. So basically, we could have we'd have bubble 0 ID, which could be just, I guess we do a short, we do a 16-bit int. Yeah, we do bubble ID, do 2 bytes, bubble 0 R would be, guess we could also do 2 bytes for that. Do a bubble 0 pose X, or we could say X, I guess, would be probably 2 bytes. Like we could probably just Yeah, I think that would be fine. Because we're rounding those to the nearest integer. So that should be totally fine. We do bubble 0y. We do that with 2 bytes. And then the color, basically in R, we do that with 1 byte. We do color G, 1 byte. And we do color B, 1 byte. That should be all we need. So that would be, whoops, these would all be for bubble 0. Bubble 0, bubble 0. Oops. I don't know why I'm doing all this really nice formatting with this notepad thing, but whatever. Oh. So we'd end up with maybe we could get away with just doing 2 bytes for the command. The reason why we couldn't do that on the client is because we needed to keep that alignment for the floating point numbers. So we could send, so for 1 match, and then you'd have this times however many bubbles you have, right? So bubble 1, ... So it would be, ooh, yeah, actually, that's a good point. Like up front, we'd have 8 bubbles, but if I change that in config, we would need to have multiple bubbles. Okay. Let's do match started. Let's CLG. Where is the... I just want to look at the size of the data coming from the server here. Ooh, let's get rid of this. Okay, I just want to... Here we go, here we go. JSON.parse e.data. Okay, so let's... Ooh, better comment this out. And I want to do CLG. Whoops. We'll do e.data.length. Okay, and I want to look at this one here. Oof. 813 bytes is what we sent for the first match there. That's a lot of bytes for just the match, which we can greatly reduce. So like what we've got here, we'd have 4 bytes for the command. And even if, let's just say we made these 2 each for alignment's sake. Whoops. So maybe we could get away with doing 2 for the command. We do 2 for the command. 2 times, or wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 2 times 7. 14 bytes for 1 bubble times 8 bubbles. 112 bytes plus the 2 bytes for the match start. 114 bytes. That wouldn't be too bad. Yeah, I think that would be pretty okay. So we could maybe have, let's see here. Like we would do, let's see. We'd have like out match buffer or something. Match data buffer, match buffer equals buffer dot alloc, and then we would do 2 plus well, and we could maybe put this into, we have, let's see, some server only stuff here. We would have output match buffer size would have to equal, let's see, we would do maybe this WS stuff could come down at the end here. Cannot read property port of undefined. Config.ws. Where else am I using the port? Application JS. Config.ws.port. This dot server. Oh. Cannot read property port of undefined. Okay, so where is our actual server config here? Oh, that failed. Expression expected. Oh. Okay. Nope. Still a problem. Oh, no. Now it worked. What? Okay. All right, let's. Oh. Okay, so now we're going to have this match buffer size thing here. And that's going to need to be 2 plus so the header plus initial bubble count. Oh, I still have this thing. Okay. Oh, not that far down, not that far down. All right, match buffer size equals that plus initial bubble count. That'd be initial bubble count times, what did we say, 14 or something? Where's our notepad here? So 2, yeah, 14. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yes. But times 2 bytes. What? There we go. Okay. Match buffer size. I think that is what we want. So then here we could have buffer.alloc config.ws.match buffer size. And on our server config, now we have 114. Sweet. Ah, it's the wrong, I closed the wrong one. There we go. Okay. This is the wrong one. This is what I want. Here we go. Okay, so match buffer size. So now in this case, we should have enough. And then, oh, I should have something called, let's do, we're gonna, in config, we'll also have match buffer size. We'll also have const bubble buffer size, maybe. Or maybe I should do this. We should do const ws equals this. We do port. And then we do bubble. Maybe I should do something like this. And we do ws, instead of ws port, we do ws.port. And we do ws.port. Oh. Whoa, 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 whoa. There we go. And that should be fine. And then instead of 14 here, we do times ws.close bubble buffer size, and then we also have a variable called bubble buffer size, and we just equals ws.bubble buffer size. How about that? And then player, I guess we could maybe allocate. Maybe we don't do out buffer. We just do bubble. Let's see here. Bubble buffer size. Maybe I just do this. Maybe we do 14, but then we do here, we do 2 plus that. I kind of like this. So we're leaving 2 bytes for the command, basically. So I know that's kind of weird. Like one bubble will take 14 bytes of data. So we're going to take an ID. We're going to do an ID for 2 bytes. We're going to do a radius of 2 bytes. We are going to do a X value with 2 bytes. We're going to do a Y value with 2 bytes. We're going to do an R color, a red color with 2 bytes. We're going to do a G color with 2 bytes and a B color with 2 bytes. Or maybe we could do, actually maybe I should just change this to I'm trying to think about maybe I could do like some padding or something, or like if we do match started as 1 byte, but then we do we could do the ID as maybe we could do this. Maybe this is what we could do. Instead of we could put the ID at the end, actually. We could do 2 bytes, 2 bytes, 2 bytes, but then just do 1 byte, 1 byte, 1 byte, and then an ID of 1 byte. So then bubble 0 ID was 1 byte. I should just get rid of this. Okay, so then we'd have 2 bytes for the command, 2 for the radius, 2 for the X and Y values, and 1 for the RGB and ID. So then instead of 14 bytes, we would then just have, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We could just do 10 bytes. We shaved off 4 bytes there. So then bubble buffer size would just be 10. Yeah, I like that a little better. So bubble buffer size, yes, okay. Oh, wait a minute. Did I get that? 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. Yeah, then plus 2. So 12. It would be 12 for that whole thing. So that's what this is. 12. And then for a full match, we'd have 2 bytes plus initial bubble count, and then this whole thing here. Okay. So bubble buffer size, or maybe I call this new next bubble buffer size or something. We say next bubble buffer size would be better. And then, okay, so what else do we have? So that pretty much clears it away. Or we've got match countdown started, which we can probably just change that to 2 bytes to be a 2-byte thing. By itself 2, then this, but this is dependent upon how many bubbles there are, which I guess would just be, what, 100 and now at this point we're doing 10 times 8 plus 2. So now we're up to 80. So we'd have 2 bytes. Message would be 2. And then here we would do, I guess let's do this here. Message 80. $80 bytes for the match started. What other things do we have here? That's match countdown started, match started. We've got match ended, which basically would have some stats. And yeah, so let's look at our match and let's look at the match ended. So end match, we basically have our match ended. That's not what I want. I want this. So we've got match ended. The message itself will be 2 bytes. The opponent quit. Oops, opponent quit, I guess would be 1, maybe. Maybe we can tuck that down at the end then for alignment's sake. And we could have stats. So we could have stat. We'd have my mistake count. And that would be my mistake count. I guess maybe we'd want to do 16-bit integer for that. So 2. I guess 16-bit integers for all of these. My popped bubble count. Another 16-bit integer. Opponent would be another 2. And opponent popped bubble count would be another 2. So then I think we could just fit, we could probably just squeeze this 1 opponent quit byte at the end just because we can. And this, because this is basically just be a Boolean. So we could squeeze that into a single byte. So the entire thing would then be 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11. So we could do the whole thing in 11 bytes. So we're going to need like buffers for each one of these. There's going to be a few other match countdown starteds where we just have a 2-byte buffer probably, and we just set the message. Then we'll probably have like a match started buffer, a match ended buffer, stuff like that. All right, so what else we have? We got more bubbles. I kind of want to call that like next bubble or something instead. Next bubble. So we'll have just a bubble basically, which would be this. I'd like to just do this for that. So we just have bubble. Or I guess we could say ID. So this would come out to be what? The 10 bytes? Is that what we had it as? 2, 4, 6, and then 4. Yeah, so 10. So we can do 10 bytes for a single next bubble message. Let's see. Cursor out of play. We don't really need that anymore right now. Opponent target bubble changed. We do need that. So what are we doing? Okay, let's look in config here. So we're going to call this opponent target bubble changed. So then this will be just the new ID of the bubble, right? Message.target bubble ID, yeah. So this will be just a 4-byte thing, I believe. The message itself will be two bytes, and then target bubble ID, which will be 2 as well. Command. Bubble popped. Okay. So I guess actually maybe we could put these in the config, all the sizes, these command buffer sizes, because all of them actually ended up being different. We've got, for the match countdown started, we've just got 2 bytes. For the match started, we've got 80. Match ended, we got 11. Next bubble, we got 10. And 4. So they're all different. Bubble popped would technically be a 6-byte thing or a 5-byte. Yeah, okay. All right, so let's all these byte sizes we can put in the config then. So server only will have, I guess, buffer sizes. ws.buffer sizes, and then we'd have next. Okay, so we would do, well, we got match countdown started 2. Match started. Match ended is going to come out as 11. Match ended. Next bubble is 10. Opponent target bubble change is 4. Nice. All right. All right, hang on one sec. I'll be back in a minute. All right, we are back. Okay. All right, here. So, I've now moved all of what should be all of the the buffer sizes that are used. Oops, get rid of this. So these are basically the data that we're going to send to the client. Basically, it's the sizes in bytes of each of those buffers that we'll need. All right, so on the player then, we are, I guess, this dot match buffer. Yeah, I'm trying to think now what might be the best way to, because I could have each of these buffers be attached to the player object, in which case we would create a new buffer for each player. I don't know if that's really that necessary, though. Yeah, I'm really not. So we have buffer sizes dot match buffer size match started. Why did that work before? If I do this, oh, this will only run when the player actually connects, right? All right, so trying to think. I mean, I guess we. Guess let's maybe try this. This dot out match buffer. This dot out match countdown started buffer. Ooh, equals buffer dot alloc. And then we put in config.ws.buffer sizes dot match countdown started. Roiku, we're all going to see bubbles in our dreams. Yes, we are. We are, I think. Out match countdown started buffer. Trying to code my own thing while listening to you. Nice. Yeah, that can be tough though from time to time. Roiku for sure. I know it's hard to get stuff done listening to someone else talk sometimes. Okay. So all right, so I switched our client back over to do, yeah, okay, so we're not using the array buffer type anymore. On the contrary, I think it helps to listen to others. It's a nice background noise. Yeah, it kind of, I would say more often than not, it's harder for me listening to someone else. But yeah, I know there are times where yeah, having the background noise works. Like if you can really tune it out and just kind of focus on what you're doing, then it helps. Then it can help, I guess. I mean, for me personally. But I'm one who, I don't like to listen to music even a lot of the time. So that's kind of a, yeah. Okay, so, all right, I'm trying to think of what I need to do first. I guess we can actually look at this dot out match countdown started buffer. Okay, so I've got the buffer now for this, but I'm trying to think about how I want to actually So here's kind of the annoying thing. So what I have before on the player is I have just a send command method. And this, you don't, basically the application will have some things here that'll happen that'll trigger that the player needs to, or the match object itself will have something that'll trigger that will need to send something to the player. For example, match.init will send the message match countdown started to the player, and then we do, yeah, at this point we're just like, we have an object, we pass it in, we pass down this object, we pass this object down, and then we have player.send command takes that command, that object, and then does a JSON stringify, and then actually sends that over the WebSocket. So maybe I could just, let's try this to start. Let's have a send match countdown started command. Oops, countdown started command. And then we don't pass any data. We wouldn't pass any data. We would just do this .ws.send. And here we would just straight up send a let's see, out. Oops. We would set this and then pass it out. Well, that's kind of silly, because this match countdown started 2 bytes is basically just, I don't know, maybe we do actually kind of need this, because then this would then be this dot out match countdown started buffer equals, or dot right, what are we doing, right? I mean, in this case, we could just do a right uint 8, I guess. And then, why is there uint 8? Uint 8, uint 16, big endian, little endian. Okay, right, uint 8. And then we would pass in config.ws.server commands dot, or this would, yeah, server commands dot match countdown started. So we would do that, and then we could send out match countdown started buffer. And I guess we can just pass the buffer. Data any yeah, so I guess we could just pass our buffer, our node buffer, and that'll be good. Okay, so we go back to player. So instead of this send command, we're gonna call player dot send. Oh, we don't have that there. We do send match countdown started, and that's it. And our player, I guess we'll just do the send this dot out match countdown started buffer. I guess that's all we could technically, all we pretty much need to do. Oh no, it does need to be, it can't be, okay. This needs to be, it needs to be a 16, because we're going to assume 16 LE. We're going to do 16 LE. Everything should be LE. Okay, so write uint 16 LE. Yes. Okay. This is a little stupid doing this, but well, doing this for every player, I don't know if that's really necessary. I don't know. But anyway, this should, in theory, do the trick here. And then if we do an array buffer binary type, then on message, we could try doing, instead of this, let's try doing clg e.data. Let's just see what we get on the client side then. So let's refresh our clients. Oh. Okay, so here we actually got an array buffer, so that's good. The There's a couple other things I missed, I guess. How is that possible? Oh, it's the note that's coming in. That's where we're getting the "you'll have to wait for now" thing. Okay. All right, so technically stuff's working. We just need to do actually what we should do is just this. We'll do this dot I guess maybe we let's duplicate this and let's do e.data is the data coming in. So I guess let's just pass that raw maybe instead. So we'll pass the data in raw to the incoming message queue. Then the incoming message queue Actually, I'm trying to think exactly how we want to have the Okay, yes, that's the note that's coming in there. That's what that is. Okay. Badger, if you didn't know, this is what an emote looks like. Thank you for the reminder, Badger. Appreciate it. Okay, we need to have like a command view, or no, we need to create that every time. How do we do that on the server? Let's look at that on the server quick. So we go to application, we have message buffer, and we are doing message buffer dot readInt 32 little endian. Okay, so that's pretty straightforward as far as the server goes, because we're using a buffer, not a array buffer, not a JavaScript array buffer, but we're using a NodeJS buffer. So maybe, I guess, we'd have the message come in, and then technically instead of switch message.message, we would do, let's see here, we would do, I guess we could call this message buffer, just like we do on Yeah, just like we do on whatever. And we do switch, message buffer. That's not what I wanted. We do new uint, or I guess we could do int16, uint16 array on that message buffer, and then we pull out 0. And then if we do case, instead of match countdown started, we do config dot, that's not what, yeah, config dot ws dot client command, or server commands dot match countdown started. We do that. All right, let's see if that works with both clients here. Player requested match. It worked. Sweet. It worked. Now, this is stuck because it's just sitting there waiting for the actual match data to come from the server, which we did not. Well, we received, but we didn't receive in the correct way. So, all right, so that works. Basically, this is good enough. We just do a new view on our message buffer and pull out that first. We do a uint16. So we make sure that we are in fact doing a uint16 for that first command every time. And we just pull out that first byte, and that tells us what our command is. So that is cool. Okay, so then we've got all these little guys here. So then that way we just pull a uint, we make a uint16 array view on our message buffer, and that one in the first position will always be our command. So then we've got our 2 bytes for that match countdown started. We don't need to do anything. We just have the message itself. Here we've got match started, which should be 80 bytes. Oh, the message itself would be 2 bytes. Okay, brilliant. So I like that. Let's do now. Okay, so for let's try to get match started now. So match started. Ugh, this is messy. I don't really like doing this, but we'll figure this out. Okay, so out match buffer. I guess let's create another send. We'll call this send match. Send match command. And this one, we'd pass in the bubbles, I guess, here, the new bubbles. And then we'd be doing this .ws.send. Well, okay, hang on. Let's do this. We would do this dot out match buffer dot fill 0. We do this dot out match buffer dot write int 16 le. Whoa, write int 16 le, and we would pass in the config.ws.server commands.match started, and then at the end we would do this .ws.send this .out match buffer. So we fill the buffer with zeros to start. We do this. I guess we do this we do bubbles dot for each bubble, and we take in bubble offset maybe. here, bubble, const bubble offset, no, let bubble offset equal config.ws dot maybe we need, let's see here, bubble data size, buffer sizes. This is the actual like command buffer. Trying to think of how I really want to do bubble buffer size. Yeah, I need like that. Like this should be called like command buffer sizes or something. I feel like so instead of buffer size would be command buffer sizes. Config.ws.command buffer sizes.match countdown started. Let's see here. Preston, last time I checked in, we were optimizing packets. How are we now? Good. I'm kind of doing the same thing actually right now. Just the other way. Before I was doing server to client, or sorry, client to server. And now I'm doing it the other way. I'm doing server to client, which isn't as important, but I figure I might as well just do it while I'm here, kind of thing. Okay, what is this going on here? I guess let's just make this. All doing here for this message? Okay, so we're doing, okay, the message is 2. The first bubble offset is 2 bytes. Okay, so bubble offset, I guess we do 2. And then for each bubble, we would add 10. So it would be bubble offset plus equals 10 for right now. Okay, so we would just do, okay, so the message is at 2, so then bubble 0 would be at offset 2. And we're going to do the radius, the x and y. So we'll do, let's see here, we're going to do this dot outmatch buffer, and then we're going to be going just dot, whoops, outmatch buffer dot write. I guess we do write int 16 LE. Oh, write int 16 LE, because we're doing the radius. So we'll do bubble dot r. But then we need to do the offset of bubble offset plus 2. Whoops, bubble offset plus 2. And then we would have wait a minute, let's look at, what are we doing here? Bubble client, get client format, we've got ID, radius, pose, so that'd be pose.x. So this would be .pose.x. That would be our current offset plus 4. Our current offset plus 6 would then be pose.y. And then what else are we doing here? That's r, x, y. And then we've got RGB. We're doing 1 byte each. So that would be this dot outmatch buffer dot write write uint 8, write uint 8. Write uint 8, and we are doing the red, which is what? Color. Okay, so there'll be color.r, bubble.color.r, color.r, right? Yeah. And the offset would be bubble offset plus, this would be bubble offset plus 8, if I'm doing this right. And then the next one would be G, but this would be bubble offset plus 9. This would be bubble offset plus 10. And then we have the ID finally, which would just be bubble.id. And that'd be bubble offset plus 11. Right. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, right. But plus, yes, okay. Okay, so that should be what we're looking for, hopefully. And then, now we just need to read this on the client. So this would be match started here. Message.bubbles. Okay. So I guess we would do config.ws. Whoops, and this is the countdown, but we get rid of the countdown. Now we're at match started. And then we would do const bubbles equals an array. And we could just do that. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah. Okay, that's good. It was just going to be an array. And then we would do I think this is good. So now at this point we've matched that first byte, first 2 bytes. The match started. Now we need to loop for every bubble, which I'm just going to do well, I guess we'll do for let I equals 0, I is less than config dot match dot bubbles initial bubble count. Yeah, initial bubble count I plus equals 1. So this is what we'll do. We'll loop for all the initial bubbles. Bubble, okay. And we basically need to be in bubbles.push. I'm going to do a new object. Wow, thanks for the Santa Claus there, Beck Kitty. All right, so now this this object here. That kitty is my wife, so she's just trolling with Santa, I guess. Okay, so we're gonna push an object here onto the bubbles array, and I want it to basically match the client format here that we've got right here. So we've got the ID, the radius, the position, and the color. So we can just do, I guess we can just do the same thing. ID, which is going to equal well, first off, I guess we're going to need to open up a new view. So we're going to need to do new uint actually, let's do this. How about this? Const uint 16 message equals this. Let's do this. And then we'll do uint 16 message And then we can still do that. We can still use this. Or I guess maybe let's make this message uint16. And then we will do, okay, so we'll do message uint16. It's not for the ID, but then we need to do, okay, then we need to do const message uint8 equals new uint8 array the message buffer. Okay, so that just gives us an 8-bit view or a byte view of our array, and this gives us a 16-bit view of our array. And then we want to do, okay, so we've got message uint16, which that's not what we want here. We want message uint8, and this is going to be at index 1, 2, or 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So at index 11. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, it's not that simple. Okay. How did I do it here now? Okay, well, I is going to be, I guess I need to do the same thing. I need to do like a buffer thing, buffer size or offset. So we'll do let offset. Let's just do this, and then let's do let offset equal 2. Yeah. Okay. So it'll be 2, and then offset will plus equal 10. Yes, this is what we need to do. So then this will be offset plus, so that's 2. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and then 11. Right? And what are we doing? How are we doing this on the player here? Yes, bubble offset plus 11. We'll just do offset plus 11. So we'll have ID radius, so then we'll have R equal message U16 message uint16. Should do a block here for that. Okay. Message uint16 offset. Where is, okay, so the R player. Offset plus 2. And then we would do, we've got X. Oh, we would do pose equals X and Y. And that's where this would come in. This would be offset plus 4, and then Y would be offset plus 6. And then Sadfwervg, hello. Hi there, sad fervg. Sad. I'll just say sad. How about that? What's going on, sad? Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it. Okay, so this is 2, 4, 6. There we go. We've got sad. If you're new around here, I'm working on my game. It's called Populus. You can actually play it right now if you want. You don't have to. Yeah, I put the link down there in the chat. It's populus.gg. It's a game where you just go around and you pop bubbles. Basically what it is. I think I can play here. A single player game. So, yeah, you go to populus.gg. We're seeing my development version here, so I've got some other stuff on screen. But if you go to populus.gg, you will see something very similar. You click the play button. We'll see this field here, and the goal of the game is basically just pop these bubbles as they appear in order here. So we've got the pink bubble first. You're supposed to pop that one. Then you pop whichever one is in the big spot there. Samantha DN. Samantha DN has followed. Thank you very much, Samantha DN. I appreciate it. But yeah, basically the game is where you just hover over these bubbles and you pop them by either clicking them or pressing the space bar. I like to press the space bar personally. So you just, whichever bubble is in that position, that's the one you go for, and you just keep going. The current version that's live right now on populus.gg is behaves slightly differently than what you would see me playing right now. But for the most part, it's the same. Right now, I'm working on multiplayer. And I mostly have multiplayer working. I'm just optimizing a few things right now. Just trying to minimize the amount of data that's being sent between the browser and the server. So I would demonstrate the multiplayer right now, but currently it won't. Well, it should almost actually be working. Almost. I'm kind of in the middle of just overhauling everything. As far as the communication between the browser and the server goes, so. But we're getting there. So, yes, we have a position now for the bubbles. We need, let's see, what's next? So we go to bubble, position, and color. Color is what's next. So this has to be a color object. And then we'd have an R, a G, and a B. And let's see. So we'd go back to our message uint8 here. And then we're going to be doing, oh boy. Oh, wait a minute. Hang on. This isn't going to work. Because on the server, this is actually the byte offset. Even if we're doing 16-bit numbers, it's still a singular byte offset. That's because of NodeJS ArrayBuffers, buffers. But with ArrayBuffers and JavaScript typed arrays, it doesn't work that way. When we open up a 16-bit view of an array buffer, the offset is no longer bytes anymore. This is now elements of the 16-bit array. In the case of our uint 8s, we're fine because those are bytes. But in the case of uint 16, we're treating everything as a uint 16. So maybe I probably need to do an offset byte, an offset 8, and offset 16, I guess. Offset 8. Yeah, actually, this might be the solution. Offset 16. And maybe I don't actually really like this. Yeah, and then, so offset 8 would just increment by 10 there. Offset 16 would increment by 5. Half, basically half of 8 there. Well, half of our 10 bytes. Okay, so this is offset. This would be offset 8. This would be offset 16, but then plus 1. This would be offset 16, but plus 2. And this would be offset 16 plus 3. And then this one would be offset 8 plus 8, I believe. Yes, now we're back to whatever this is, 8, 9, 10. So then, same exact story. Whoa. Clicking the wrong keys. Just copy that whole thing there. So this would be 9, and then 10. Okay, in theory, that should be good enough. Wow, this parsing becomes suddenly a lot messier now, but it should be faster and technically less data. And I think this should theoretically be the worst case. I can actually... Yeah, I can actually kind of put a function, do this, something like this in a function. That'll be, well, maybe. All right, so in theory, that should have worked. And we want to see now if we do a competitive match, if we successfully get bubbles. 2, 1. Nope. Okay. So I didn't do... something here. Well, okay, so this should be fine. Match started. WS server commands, the match started. Okay, so we never hit this, I assume. So I guess let's just CLG the data that we got. E.data. So any data that we receive from the server, just going to print that. Okay, we got a bunch of stuff. Oh, we didn't actually call the function yet. That's the problem. We got the JSON still, the old school JSON. I'm going to see if I can do this quickly, and then I'm going to take a bathroom break. So come on. Where are we going here? I'm doing a PP dance, trying to see if I can get this to work. So application, no, match.init. Match.init. Wait, I am doing it. Send match countdown started command. No, oh no, wait. That's the wrong thing. Okay, this is where we need to do. Comment this out, and we're gonna do player.send. Send match command, and then we're passing in some bubbles. Whoops. Send match command, and we're gonna pass in these bubbles. Okay, let's see if that works. 2, 1. Okay, broke. All right, we broke something. All right, I got to take a quick bathroom break. We'll be right back. All right, we are back. Okay. All right, so we got something. The value of offset is out of range. Must be. Oh wow, that's kind of cool that it gives you a very specific thing there. Must be greater than or equal to 0 and less than or equal to 81, right? Because. Or wait a minute. Isn't this 80? Hang on a second here. The value of offset is out of range. I guess let's just CLG offset, bubble offset. So we did 2, 12, 22, 32, 42, 52, 62, 72. And somehow we got 82 for each bubble. So it starts at 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we start at 2. We start at 2. Then we do 12. Bubble offset is 2 to start. The length should be 80. So we would have, okay, so this is offset 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Then the next one would be 12. The radius of the next bubble would be 12. So it would be, oh, this needs to be 0. I already do the 2. Yeah. I guess. Well, I guess, okay, so maybe we could do 2. We could start this at 2. And then we would always be bubble offset, and then this would be plus 2. And this would be plus 4. And then this would be plus 6. And this would be 7. 8, 9. Oh. So we started at 2. So that'd be 4, 8, or 4, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay. So let's try this now. Two, 1. Whoa! Nice. I guess, is there like, is the bubble like, is there a bubble that's covering like the entire screen or something? Is that what's going on? Oh yeah, look at that. Radius was 65,473. Whoa! This is the best thing ever. That's so cool. Impressive coloring, Falconer. Falconer, what's going on? Yes, we are having... We've got some bubbles that are way too big. This pink one is that's pretty funny. I wonder... That's funny. What's going on, Falconer? Did I say that already? Oh yeah, then we go out of bounds. Okay. Yeah. Right. All right, that's funny. Working and getting frustrated. I know what you mean. Okay, so I don't know what the deal is here. Maybe I have the wrong... Oh, you know what? I bet my client is reading the data wrong now. I bet you were reading the numbers like... Now, because we're reading these like just giant radii numbers. So that must be the problem. And why didn't... Oh, the game didn't end. That's right, because... That's funny. Okay. Okay, I guess what I need to do, I need to set the offsets up the same way that I do here, because that's probably the issue. Because I kind of more or less copied what I already was doing. Okay, so we do 2, and then we do 1. So we need to make this 9. We need to make this 0. Yeah, that's 0. This 1. This 2. This, I guess 7. Yeah, 7. Oh, not 74. 7. Oh boy. 8. And then 9 for the I. Wait a minute. No, 6. 6 for the red. It's going to be 6, 7, 8. And then this one is 9 up here. Yes. Okay. So we just had like an alignment issue. We were just reading the wrong data there. All right. See if it works. There we go. Sweet. Okay. We didn't get all the bubbles though. We almost are there. I mean, our clients have the same bubbles, but only 2 of them. Okay, so we're missing something here. And why is our array buffer 82 bytes? Did you ever read code from somebody else and just could not get what the intention is? Yes, definitely. Falconer. Yeah, that's the worst. Because then you start going and saying like, well, that doesn't make sense why this is here, and then you delete it, and then that ends up breaking a bunch of stuff. Doing that like 2 hours already. Yeah. Yeah, I gotcha. I gotcha. Now, I wonder why. I did this right. Let's CLG bubbles then, and just see what we got here. Okay, well, we got 8 of them, but we only see 1, so that's kind of weird. So something must not be right. Those radii look pretty good. Ooh, those positions look bad. Or at least that first bubble position looks bad. 64,000. That's not possible. 65,000. Okay, so we've got some... Maybe I guess I still have some sort of overlap issue here. So here we got oh, here, this one looks like it was right. So why would we... Huh. If we had some sort of alignment issue now, the whole thing would be screwed up. That's what doesn't really make too much sense. 105.64799. So we've got the I don't really like how I'm doing all of this. It's kind of annoying, but I feel like it's kind of what we have to do here. Suggestion, try to write down the order of the fields and from what byte to byte what is in the message. That's kind of, I mean, that's kind of what, that way you can see overlap or other stuff. That's kind of what I have here. Well, I've got, if that's kind of what you're saying, like I just kind of have my, like my struct, my data structure of what it should be, what the data should be. Oh, wait a minute here. Okay, this is, yeah, this is not supposed to be 80 bytes, 82. But, because this, yeah. Maybe what I'm doing is, what are all the radii look good. I would suggest something like they use for field descriptions of TCP message on Wikipedia. Let's take a look at that real quick. I think I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I got you. I got what you're saying. Like, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm not quite to that complicated level. I basically kind of have, like, my message is going to be 2 bytes. My bubble radius is 2 bytes. The X position of the bubble 0 is 2 bytes. Y is 2 bytes. The R is 1 byte. G is 1 byte. B is 1 byte. The ID is 1 byte. And then it goes on to the next bubble and so forth. So it's kind of straightforward in that way. The problem is when I'm reading it, it's just coming out weird somehow. And it's just probably something simple. because it's like pretty clear that I'm like reading. Yeah, because all of a sudden we have 65,053. So that would be kind of clear that we're like reading a. We're reading like the back byte of the other number and then the front byte of the other. Like, so we're getting this huge, you know, near the end of the 16-bit. Near the end, the maximum of the 16-bit of a 16-bit value. So that makes sense that we're off by like a little bit, and we're only seeing like a few hundred in either direction. But I don't exactly know why. Yeah, and these colors could all be screwed up too, because the colors are just bytes. So somewhere I'm screwing up the alignment of it. Okay, so let's look at this. If we were looking at this with a 16-bit view, what happened there? If we're looking at this with a 16-bit view, this would be 1. This would be ID. This would be 0, basically. Offset 0. Offset 1, offset 2, offset 3. Oh. That might be the problem. Or wait a minute, though. Wait a minute. The message itself would be 0. So we're starting with a radius. Yeah, the radius should be that. 1. Then this should be, the X position should be 2. Then this one should be 3. Falconer, why offset? Well, I'm reading, so I'm my data is coming in an array buffer from the server. Index should just be 0, 2, 4, 6, 9, 10, etc. The thing is, I'm doing a loop over 8 bubbles. So this is basically I'm getting the bubble data from the server. So I'm doing the 0, 2, 4, 6, 9, 10 thing, but I have to do it for the first bubble, then offset that by 10 bits, then, or 10 bytes, then do another 10 bytes, then another 10 bytes, and then so on and so forth. If that makes sense. But then offset is size of bubble data. Yeah, basically. Yeah, I haven't. Yes, so the size of the bubble data in bytes is 10. There's 10 bytes per that, and there's 5 if we did that for 16. Then X for bubble index, then times X for bubble index. I just was doing this like stride thing here, so I'm just striding up. I'm just adding 10 and doing that to this offset 8. Yeah, I mean, I could just do the multiply thing or whatever, multiply it by the index, that sort of thing, but I didn't end up doing it that way. So I might end up refactoring it, something like that. Take the easy way and just say index from the start of the message. I'm not exactly sure what you're talking about. One bubble is 10 byte, right? One. Oh, it's... Yes, but there's the message type is the first 2 bytes, and then from then on it's the bubbles. So it's 2 bytes for the message, and then 10 bytes for the first bubble. So then you're at 12, and then another 10 for the next bubble, and so on. So the loop is from index 2, and one loop adds 10. Yeah, I guess I could do it that way. I think your offset 8 and 16 is screwing up the calc. That could be. That could be. I am doing that somehow, some way, screwing that up. Yeah, I just need to figure exactly what I'm doing. Yeah, the problem with the 16 is I need to, because I need to get a 16, because I need to get 8-bit integers and 16-bit integers out. So I do need to have 2 different things happening. Try I equals 2 and increment the I plus equals 10. I might do that. I'm just trying to figure out exactly what I'm doing wrong here at this moment. Because I'm doing it the reverse way just fine. Offset 16 equals 1, which would then put us at the radius. Plus 1 should put us at the x. Offset 8 is bigger than offset 16. Offset 16 should be half. Because what this is this is the number of bytes, and this is the number of 2 bytes, basically. byte pairs, I guess you could say. Because unfortunately, that's the way it has to be. I have to, in order to pull out a 16-bit value out of a JavaScript typed array, I need to be referring to it from its, I need to be viewing the array as an array of 16-bit integers versus this one viewing the array as 8-bit integers. So this should be 1, 2, 0, 1, 2, 3. And for the first bubble, that's clearly wrong according to the client, right? Bubble 0. Well, radius of 110 seems right, or seems like it could be right. But then the position is way wrong. Just order the fields in the order you noted in the text file might help. Well, not necessarily for what I'm doing right now. I mean, kind of, but I'm ordering them here in the way I kind of wanted the object formatted in my head. But basically, it just kind of it matches up with this one. So the ID is this bottom one here, bubble offset +9. Whoops. This one here. So that's not the part that's really messing me up. I guess it's possible. Int 8 array, uint 8 array. Why does it show all of those? Trying to be helpful, I guess. Okay, let's do a little, we could do a little. Oh, did I do? Oh. Okay. Now I know what it is. This should be fine. I'm not, blah, 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 blah. We need to be reading these as, the radius is always going to be positive, but these ones need to be signed. Message uint 8. I guess I just need to do open an additional signed 16 bit. Bleh. Message int 16 equals new int 16 array. Whoa. Int 16 array message buffer. All right, that's got to be the problem for this. For this part, I guess we can still keep that. Unsigned int for the colors. Unsigned int for the radius is fine. That doesn't really matter. It wouldn't be that big anyway. Unsigned int for the ID is fine. Okay. All right, that has to be it. There we go. All right. Cool. All right, so now that we've got that done, that's good enough for today, I think. 7 hours, 7.5 hours. Sheesh. All right. So I think I'm going to shut down the stream now. Yeah, we got a lot done today. Not a lot, but we got some good stuff done today. I'm feeling pretty good. Funny Air. Yep, gotta love it. Royku, thanks for the stream. For sure, Royku. Thanks for hanging out. Yes. So, what did we get done today? Well, we started. Well, I can't even like really demonstrate everything because our game is still not working fully. But we fully moved our client over to sending array buffers. For any of the data going to the server, we fire that off to the in an array buffer. And we kind of are halfway there now with the server sending array buffer data to the client. And that way we're avoiding kind of JSON parsing overhead and everything. And also just sending a lot less data, sending significantly less data, which is kind of the main thing. Royku, I also made something. I have a screenshot link if you want to see it. It's MS Paint art in my game. Yeah, send it on over. Yes, so let's check it out. Nice. Very cool. So did you draw all of that? You just drew all of that MS Paint by hand, MS Paint, and then it's pretty cool. I like it. Yeah, I drew it over a couple of days. Nice, nice. Yeah, it's looking good. It's final art. People like it more than fancier art. I gotcha. I gotcha. Yeah, so basically, I was really happy. We ended up shrinking down our data we were sending to the server from our mouse inputs. We shrunk it down like 7 times, I think. Something like that. Why is that? Why did that go up there? And we did something. What did we do in the morning? I guess we did. Oh, we started working on trying to use a floating point, or setting our play area radius to 1 unit. And that ended up not being, like, setting the radius of this to 1, but that we ended up having some issues with that. So we actually just kept it at 1,000 units, which is what this is. Never mind the errors there. Oh. So we kept that at 1,000. We started using just floating point numbers for the data that we're sending over to the server, and that ended up working just fine for the mouse positions and everything. So all in all, I think we're doing pretty good as far as that goes. Yeah, that's pretty much all we did today. We've got a little bit left to do with the server side stuff. I'm probably going to keep doing that. I'll probably do that offline before next week's stream. I don't know if we're going to have a stream on Thursday. For anyone out there who's new, I stream on Mondays and Tuesdays. Start at 10 a.m. Central Standard Time, usually. And we usually stream for 6.5, 7, 8 hours. We're coming up on 8 hours already today. For anyone who's interested, I have a Discord server. I'll plug that right now. You can check that out if you want. Trying to get better at updating Discord. I really need to. I keep saying that every stream, basically. Every time I plug it, I say, I need to do more with this, but we'll get there. We'll get there. Yeah, so I'm trying to think if there's really anything else to talk about. But that's pretty much it. Basically just started using ArrayBuffers instead of JSON for all of our stuff. Roiku, I think we had both had good progress today. Yeah. Yeah, sounds pretty good. And you can see in the screenshot there's two cursors, player 1 and player 2 cursors. Nice. I didn't really notice that at first, but let me check it out again. Oh, yeah. For sure, the little hands. Nice. I don't know. I like the style, Roiku. I think it looks pretty good. It doesn't... I mean, yeah, it's got the MS Paint feel to it a little bit, but you've got like little shadows and everything on stuff, so that looks pretty... I don't know. That makes it feel pretty good versus just stuff floating around. Images just floating around. You got the shadows and everything, and like... Yeah, that sells it. You got it, the world's got depth to it, I'll say that. By the way, I had no scene before I came to the stream, so what's on the screenshot I set up during the stream? Drew the art earlier, though. Nice. Nice. That's pretty awesome. That's awesome. People have a breathing effect. They pulse a little by code so they feel more alive. Nice. Nice. That's pretty cool. All right. So I think I'm gonna see who's online right now. We'll probably just head on over and raid on over. If there's anyone doing Roku, have a wonderful rest of the day. Yeah, it's 2 a.m. Yeah, get some rest. Get some rest, Roku. Take it easy. Yeah, I'm just trying to find somebody we can raid here. Let's see. Come on, let's see if we can find something here. Why is it so hard? Bekitty, you're not saying much. I'm trying to find somebody to raid, Bekitty. I've almost said goodbye already. Because I'm done streaming now, Bekitty. So now if I can find somebody to raid, then I can come upstairs and eat dinner with you, I guess. I know Retro MMO mentioned Gen 2. Gen 2 or Gen 2 games. So let's you can see he's streaming right now. So let's maybe stop on over there. Work out. All right. So let's see. We'll try to raid Gen 2 here. How do I raid? There we go. Nice. All right. We're rating. We'll see you guys. Adios. Dennis, we'll see you. Ciao.